sky below, trying to keep it alive, is on your side for a better confirmation. Yeah, I'm heading for the station, and I can see love's real, love is right. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel no more lies. See my dream of you and I. All my friends by my side told me that I should find some love. I've been walking around, trying to catch you with my eyes. You're the one in my heart, but I guess it's a soft, easy conversation. Yet I didn't feel your attention. I can feel love's real, love is right. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel no more lies. Easy conversation.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this big event for us as a university, as a college, and for the Department of Information Systems here.
I don't have to tell this group that what an exciting technology that blockchain really is. It's a disruptive technology similar to what we saw many, many years ago coming out of Silicon Valley and other places. I think it's of that. So the Blockchain Center of Excellence is about thinking bigger. It's about asking questions and seeing where else this technology can actually take us. And above that, what I'm very pleased with and very proud of is that I think as an institution, we're on the leading edge of something really big.
Hope is looking at life on tiptoes, and that's the image I have. But to me, that illustrates where we are with blockchain. Looking at the future on tiptoes, seeing where will this lead us? And Dr. Lassity, I'll tell you, I have some hopes for this center. And I don't want to put too much on your shoulders too early, but the first hope is that this center will be an excellent support for our industry leaders that are a part of this. Mark Best, IBM, JB Hunt, Tyson, and Walmart, key industry leaders that this center needs to support, is designed to support in their blockchain innovation. Secondly, this center is my hope that this center will be a research institution, as it will be, an advocate for new applications that fit Arkansas. I hope that there's much that comes out of this center in new applications and innovations and where this can lead our state in terms of economy and efficiency and industry opportunities.
Well, welcome to the 2021 Blockchain for Business Conference, coming to you from the University of Arkansas. I'm Mary Lassity, Walton Professor of Information Systems, and I'm the Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence here. And I'm going to be serving as your Master of Ceremonies today. So this is actually our 4th Blockchain for Business Conference, and this year's theme is all about using blockchains and other enabling technologies to make the world a better place. Now, I know there are a lot of blockchain conferences out there, and I want to thank you all for choosing us today. I think we're special. We are one of the few conferences that bring together business leaders, academic leaders, and future leaders in the form of our current students. Unfortunately, we couldn't have a face-to-face conference this year because of the pandemic, but our students are gathered on campus at our student watch party, and I want to make sure that you are all wearing your masks as per our campus mandate. And so for our business audience, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about the Blockchain Center of Excellence, who you're going to meet today, and what you're going to learn. Okay, so the Blockchain Center of Excellence, we have a mission to really make the Sam M. Walton College a leader on both research and education on what we like to call blockchain-enabled digital ecosystems. And certainly this conference is key to fulfilling our mission. Oh, I also just wanted to point out that on this slide, you're going to see a picture of the students that I had this summer in my Blockchain Fundamentals class. And now they are taking Dr. Steelman's class and they're developing applications on Ethereum. I'm so pleased to introduce you to our Blockchain Center of Excellence team. We have Catherine Carlisle. She is our Senior Managing Director for the center. And he's currently teaching our undergraduates how to develop decentralized applications on Ethereum. To our team this year, I am so pleased to have 2 graduate assistants, Nato and Srividya, and you're going to see all of them on the program today. In addition to the BCOE staff, we have other faculty at the University of Arkansas who do research and who teach on blockchains. So we have Professor Zach Steelman. He's teaching our graduate section of our blockchain development class right now. And I just have to brag about Zach as well. Zach won an international competition for a rising star professor in the field of information systems. From our supply chain management department, we have 2 professors. Oh, John Kent, your picture's missing. Oh, you're there. Okay, gotcha. We have Professor Remco van Hoek, who's one of my co-authors, and we have Professor John Kent. So John is actually leading our research project in China, where we're developing an application in a big consortium of universities to trace poultry and pork from farm to fork. From our School of Law, we have Professor Carol Goforth. She's a university professor, and Carol is an expert on crypto regulations. Now, new to our teaching staff this year, I'm so pleased to welcome Mr. Ian White. He was actually one of my former students, so he graduated with his master's degree with a concentration in blockchains, and now he is playing it forward and teaching our undergraduate blockchain fundamentals class. I have so much gratitude. So everything that we do at the Blockchain Center of Excellence is enabled by our now 12 executive advisory board member firms. You are going to be hearing from many of the blockchain leaders at this company today on the program. Okay, now I just wanted to give you a little introduction to what you're going to hear today. Now, I know he had advertised that Charles Hoskinson was to be our keynote speaker. He's the CEO and co-founder of Cardano and a co-founder of Ethereum. Unfortunately, Charles could not be with us today. And so I know that's going to disappoint the audience. So to make it up to you, we're going to give you a twofer. So Charles's chief of staff, Joel Tepler, he was kind enough to record a conversation that Charles intended to give. And he did that with our good friend, Steve Lupien, who's a professor from the University of Wyoming. So we are going to post their conversation on the Walton College YouTube page, so you'll have an opportunity to see that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about what we at the Walton College believe is the key to using blockchains to build a better world, and that is tech ethics. And joining me in that conversation will be Cindy Mooring. Cindy was the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer at Walmart, and now she's with us at the Walton College, and she is leading our Business Integrity Leadership Initiative. Then the rest of the day, we have a great program for you. We are going to have deep dive conversations on sustainable supply chains. We're going to have a phenomenal case study about essentially eliminating invoice reconciliations with Walmart Canada and DLT Labs. We're going to have a conversation on empathy and inclusion. I know a lot of the audience has heard about NFTs this year and DeFi, and we've got a world-class panel on economics and tokenization. And then we are going to have, and when I say national experts on security, I mean it. We are going to have the world's leaders talking about cybersecurity and its relationship to blockchain. So that's our morning program. And then in the afternoon, we have designed some more intimate conversations. So you in the audience will be able to go through the Brella app and join these conversations, either focusing on the Smart Resume Project, which is about a job market. So if you're a hiring company or you're looking for a job, this is a great conversation to join. We'll be talking about shared governance. We'll be talking a lot about digital health passes. And then the final session, you can join and talk to world experts about food traceability, pharmaceutical traceability, and also get to meet the innovative startups from Northwest Arkansas and some of our students who are developing award-winning applications. So I certainly hope you enjoy the program today. So next, what I'd like to do is call Catherine Carlisle up, and she's going to explain to you how you can use the Brella app to engage with all of the speakers today. So Catherine?
Well, good morning, and thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the 2021 Blockchain for Business Conference. My name is Catherine Carlisle. I'm the Senior Managing Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence and helping facilitate your experience with the conference today. And so I would love to just do a very quick rundown of our Brella.io conferencing platform and all of the benefits that you can access there today. Brella is a world leader in online events and offers unique attendee experiences like intent-based networking based off artificial intelligence. Attendees can edit their interests and their intents at any time in their profile, but I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen so we can walk through where to go. On the right-hand side of your landing page on the event home, we have some event info and resources like our website, agenda, different resources for the Walton College, and any Brella support that you might need. We also have an attendee survey that we hope you take today. If we navigate back over to the left hand, we have all of our different tabs. First, we have the People tab, and this is where Brella takes those intents and matchmaking recommendations and matches you with folks that they suggest meeting with. There's different filters. You can look at the newest, you can look at people you've bookmarked or favorited, and then you also have a profile of your own where you can edit this at any time. Our next tab is the Schedule tab, and this offers all the different events and times, descriptions and speakers and locations for all of your talks today. You're able to filter through different talks that you've bookmarked or past content, as well as set your own networking availability down here on the right. So you can say when you're available to meet with others. And we really encourage you to leverage this in the afternoon to meet others if you have time. On the Stream tab, This is where the main event will be, and this is where you can view all of the speakers for the morning. We'll also have a Q&A tab here on the right-hand side for you to engage with our speakers at the Q&A sessions. Next, we have our breakout rooms, which will join in the afternoon. You can access those by clicking in directly on the tab and join the conversation. Next, we have our speaker tab. This is where you can go through and view any of our speakers today. Just click in, you can read their bio and see what talks they're available in for that day. And finally, our partners tab. This is where you can explore to learn more about our executive advisory board members who have all contributed to this event. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and we hope you enjoy today. Thanks.
Oh, Catherine, that was great. Thank you. So next, we have another way to engage the audience, and I would like Nato and Srividya to please explain our blockchain trivia game to the audience.
Hi, everyone. I'm Srividya, a graduate assistant with the Blockchain Center of Excellence.
And I'm Nato, a graduate assistant with the Blockchain Center of Excellence as well.
And we are here to explain the rules of a fun game that we planned.
We'll be announcing exciting prizes for today's winners.
This year's game is 2 truths and 1 lie, and it's all about blockchain trivia.
And here's how you play the game. Whenever the questions are asked, you navigate to the pool section on Trim tab in Brella.
You'll be given 3 statements, out of which 2 are true and 1 is untrue, and you'll have to pick the statement that is untrue.
You will be only given 1 minute to complete the task. These trivia questions will appear throughout the conference today.
The leaderboard will not only be calculating who answers the quiz correctly, but also who answers it the fastest. The final leaderboard will show results before we head into our breakout sessions.
Winners from today's game will receive our NFT and cash prizes. Today's NFT is donated by Celestia.io, who is donating all NFT profit towards ocean and marine life advocacy.
Thanks for playing with us today.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, ladies. All right, now audience, you got a test question here. So this is a throwaway. We're gonna have winners, but this is your just little practice test. So if you could please go to the poll section right now on the right-hand side in your stream tab and select the untrue statement. Okay, so this is your practice round. Okay, so next up, I'd love to introduce the audience to some more of our students in our current blockchain classes, who they're excited to hear from today and what they hope to learn.
Hi, my name is Santiago. I'm from Bogota, Colombia. I'm currently a senior undergrad at the University of Arkansas, studying undergrad in finance.
Hi. Hi, my name is Christine Mondragon. I am currently a second year in the professional MIS program. I'm from a few places, but most recently Memphis, Tennessee. I come from a liberal arts background in business and economics.
Hi, I'm Srividya. I'm from India, and I'm pursuing my Master's in Information Systems here at the Walton College of Business in the University of Arkansas.
Hi, my name is Logan Sedith. I'm a freshman here at the University of Arkansas, and I'm studying accounting with a minor in blockchain enterprise systems.
My name is Chetana Togomasilwe. I'm from the Ivory Coast, West Africa, and I'm currently pursuing my Master's in Information Systems with a concentration in blockchain here at the University of Arkansas.
Blockchain is important because it came to solve a lot of problems in the business industry, and I'm very interested in understanding the way blockchain can be implemented in things like settlement time, trade finance, and reducing transaction costs. In my case, I work in the financial industry. I would like to solve the question of how can we offer a better financial service for a fraction of the operation cost, and emphasizing and understanding on the quote that John Wall, managing director in the Banco Santander, said: if we don't build it right now, somebody else's will. So we always want to be ahead of that curve, and I would like to learn more about it and how to implement it in my industry.
Well, I'm studying blockchain specifically, or I'm interested in this because I think that it's going to change the way that we do business in different areas that I can't even dream about yet or don't even know about. And I want to be equipped with foundational knowledge so that I can be prepared and informed with the changes that are going to happen in this space. It's going to be exciting and fast-paced, changing environment, and I want to be a part of it.
First of all, I got interested into blockchain kind of early this year when I was hearing about cryptocurrencies. But honestly, I didn't know that there was more into blockchain than just cryptocurrencies. It wasn't until this summer when I started my program, I took a blockchain fundamental class with Dr. Lassity. And this class really opened my eyes to know that there is more into blockchain than just cryptocurrencies, but blockchain is actually used in companies. Like, it's a technology that is used in different companies. So the fact that blockchain is a technology that increases trust, that increases security, traceability, and transparency makes it a very powerful technology. And I really am excited to keep on learning about this technology and in order to make an impact in the near future.
So I'm passionate about the world of finance. That's currently where I am professionally. And I think that cryptocurrency is going to be a big disruptor to this traditional banking space. I think it's going to change the way that we handle transactions and payments. And then from a lending perspective, I think eventually we're going to reach a point where cryptocurrency is what we use for collateral for loans. I'm also interested in decentralized finance and what impacts that's going to have on traditional bank deposit account volume. Are people going to start changing, where they store their money in order to earn better returns? Is paper currency going to take a backseat to cryptocurrency? Changing how and if traditional banks need to maintain the same kind of large stores of cash on hand. Blockchain is going to be very disruptive in the way that we do business in my company, and I want to be ready or have in hand how we can react to this change.
I have also taken up a blockchain concentration in my course, and this interest comes from my background in information systems audit and my curiosity and interest towards learning about how to transfer information and value while being transparent and safe. And I'm also interested in learning how to build dApps on Ethereum and stuff.
So I got involved in studying blockchain after looking at what it could do for the field of accounting. I realized that this would completely change the way that the books are balanced and just keeping records, and realized that the field that I've chosen to study is going to shift. And I know that I need to get on this train because it's too important not to be on it.
I'm passionate about coding and development in general. And I'm really excited to learn more about, let's say, the blockchain development, which is a decentralized aspect. And I want to kind of compare with the projects I've done in the past, in the future, with the centralized system. So I want to compare those two aspects and know how I can improve more my development skills in blockchain.
At the blockchain conference, I'm very interested and excited to learn more about the way all of these blockchain industry leaders are applying this technology in their industries and companies. But especially, I would like to learn about the token economy from the participant leaders of Accenture, EY, Microsoft, and the University of Arkansas. I think they will bring a lot of information that I will be interested in applying in my own industry as well. And I'm excited to meet them.
For the 2021 Blockchain Business Conference, I'm most excited to see how companies are integrating blockchain and how quickly and how smoothly that's going, and what I can do when I graduate that can help them.
For the 2021 Blockchain for Business Conference, I'm mostly excited about meeting people, the different firms that will be presenting. I want to learn more from them because they're already there in the field and they know what blockchain is. And there could be a guide for us. Also, I want to do some networking with those people. I want to get to know them. And I'm really, really grateful that the Blockchain Center of Excellence is providing us with these great opportunities to meet these firms in order to know more about blockchain. So thank you for doing this.
Well, thank you for all of our students who participated and in that video. So again, this year's conference is about using blockchains to make the world a better place. And all of our in-depth conversations and our panels are going to be focused on that topic. But there is no single company here today that can do it by themselves. It takes a community. And that's why we have a Blockchain for Business conference, so that we can bring a community together. So as I go through these talking points, I really would like to invite the audience to use Brella to post some comments, share your ideas for how we can use blockchains to make the world a better place. Okay, so first I'm going to bring you down, then I'm going to bring you back up. As human beings, we face some really wicked global problems on this planet, whether we're talking about global warming or pandemics, or the proliferation of fake news, or the fact that we have millions of refugees, or we have millions of people that don't have access to financial services, or crises in our supply chains that lead to things like outages, food recalls, counterfeit drugs, or just trying to have many people that can't prove their identity or their credentials on the internet. So it seems a little bit overwhelming, but I'm going to give you a thought that hopefully will make you feel very empowered. And that thought is this: the future is emergent, not deterministic. Okay, what does that mean? You know, there's so many times where people will say to me, Mary, what's technology going to be like, 5 to 10 years from now? And I always answer that question in the very same way. I don't know. I don't know, because the future is not predestined. The future emerges based on the choices we make as individuals and as a collective today. I believe that we can come together as a community and we can save the planet. And you're going to hear some really innovative ideas today, like using NFTs to save our oceans. I believe that we already have businesses that don't just add economic and social value, but also deliver in a sustainable way. And then what I'm really most excited about is that we can have a world where power and control is decentralized and includes everybody. So if you think about all of the technical capabilities that a blockchain enables, decentralization is the technical feature that inspires me and gives me the most hope. Okay, so since this is a technology conference, let's talk about the specific role that technology plays in building a better world. And so I have a powerful statement here that says, we can build a better world with technology if we build that world based on ethical principles. So technology is not neutral. We can either use these technologies for malevolent or benevolent purposes. And it all depends on whether that design is based on ethical principles or not. So I'm sure you can all think of some technologies that are not doing what we want them to do. You could think about social media platforms that are destroying the confidence of our young women, or the use of fake news that is really undermining our politics, our elections, our health, and our well-being. And I believe we have those apps because those were made with an ethical void. But conversely, because we have the power of choice, we can develop applications to make the world better. So at this point, I really want you to go to the Brella application. We're going to do a word cloud. And I want the audience to think about, if you want a world that has better outcomes, what kind of ethical principles should we build it on? And I'll start with one example. So I believe we should build the world with user control. That means possession and control over their data, not just consent that some trusted third party can do what they want with your data, but that you actually possess it and control who sees your data. So that's one of my favorite ethical principles. What are some of yours? And then later on, we're going to look at your word cloud and discuss it. Okay, so here at the Blockchain Center of Excellence, we do study applications that are hopefully making and addressing some of these wicked problems in the world. And so I'd like to share some of those with you now. Okay, so what can we do about fake news? This is really difficult because now we're really got a tussle of two principles that we hold dear. Freedom of speech on one hand versus truth on the other. And where do you draw the line? And that is very challenging. So one of the case studies that we did at the Blockchain Center of Excellence was from ANSA. Now, ANSA is Italy's top newswire agency. They post like almost 4,000 stories a day. And they were really being plagued with a certain type of fake news called imposter news. So that means people were posting things that were completely false, but doing it by mimicking the ANSA brand. So for example, in 2020, people were posting homemade remedies, which of course were wrong, for COVID-19 and making it look like it came from ANSA. So what could they do about it? So they went to one of the Blockchain Center of Excellence partners here, EY, and said, can you help us prevent imposter news? So EY and ANSA got together and they developed something called ANSA Check. And so this is used to authenticate that a news story has come from ANSA. And they do it by hashing the story and posting the hash on the Ethereum network. Then ANSA readers, when they're looking at digital content online, can click on the ANSA Check sticker. It can ping Ethereum and come back and either verify that it's authentic or it's been tampered with or it's not authentic. So far, they've posted over 500,000 news stories to Ethereum. So while it's not the definitive solution, it's certainly an important start. So I also put on this slide the URL. So the papers and the case studies I'm talking about, you can download from blockchain.uark.edu/research. Okay, let's look at another example. So we study a lot in supply chains here at the University of Arkansas, given that we have the #1 supply chain department here. And our partners are really focused on developing supply chains that are based on these ethical principles, right? Transparency in our supply chains. Where does our food and drugs come from? Authenticity. Are we really eating and consuming the food and drugs we think we are? Making sure that our foods and drugs are safe, that we're promoting animal welfare, that we're promoting human health, that every member of the supply chain is following sustainable practices. And most importantly, that everyone in our supply chain is following fair labor practices, no forced labor. And you'll be hearing from some of our leaders discussing these topics today. My current project is on digital health passes. And I started this project in March of this year with my colleague, Professor Iran Carmel from American University. Because we realize that, getting a vaccination is just one part of trying to help solve this global pandemic. We're also going to have to verify our health so we can all get back to school and we can have a face-to-face conference next year, hopefully. And so we wanted to, really look at if we choose to develop digital health passes, either as a government or a business, what are the ethical principles that should be built on? So we joined a global consortium called the Good Health Pass Collaborative. There are 150 public and private sectors. I circled some of the logos. You see the University of Arkansas circled on there. And we said if companies or governments are going to use digital health passes, that they should be based on these 10 ethical principles. Now, I don't have time to go over all of them, but I'll just mention 2. One is the idea of choice, that nobody should mandate that you have to use a digital health pass. We as individuals and human beings should have the right to decide whether we want to use them or not. Another principle I'll call out is inclusivity. So we should not assume in this world that everybody has a $500 cell phone or access to the internet. So this ethical principle says we need to have paper-based versions of digital credentials as well so that we can include more people if they choose to use these applications. So you're going to hear a lot more about digital health passes if you want to join that breakout conversation this afternoon. Now, I'm really excited about this, and I'm writing the next white paper on this topic. So health credentials is only one type of verifiable credentials. There's actually a global movement to make the next iteration of the internet based on this idea of self-sovereign identity, where each individual will possess and control any credential made about them. And I put some of the logos up here of the nonprofits and the consortia working on this. The Blockchain Center of Excellence is involved in the Trust Over IP Foundation. So this is also going to have consequences like if we design the internet better, Internet 3.0, that we won't have to have accounts and passwords anymore. Everything will be peer-to-peer, and it will be enabled by decentralized identifiers and blockchain technology. Okay, and all of these institutions are designing ethical principles for self-sovereign identity and verifiable credentials. So at this point, I would like to invite somebody to join our conversation. So we have Cindy Mooring. I'm so pleased to have her in the College of Business right now. Cindy, as I mentioned, was the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer at Walmart and has since joined, and she is the co-founder and the Executive Director of our Business Integrity Leadership Initiative. So Cindy, are you in the house yet? There she is. Cindy, welcome. I hope the audience can hear you because I can't quite hear you.
Okay, we'll wait just a second and make sure.
Okay, we're good to go. So Cindy, thank you for joining me today. So the first thing I want to do is ask you, can you share with the audience what we are doing in the Walton College in terms of business ethics in general and tech ethics specifically?
I sure can. And welcome to all of you to this very exciting conference. And there is a lot of information that is packed into this, and ethical principles and what we're doing in Walton College is kind of wrapped into everything, Mary, that you said at the beginning that you all are going to be talking about and exploring. So what we're doing at Walton College is taking this opportunity that we have to be a more influential, strategic, and leading public and private, among public and private, a leading public university on the topic of business integrity. It is something that applies to everyone, every student, and when you get out into the working world, it applies as well. And I think many don't recognize that until they bump up against some ethical issues, including tech ethics issues that they weren't quite prepared for. So with the direction of Dean Waller, we created this strategic business integrity leadership initiative to better prepare our students so that Walton College could make sure that the students we're sending out into the working world have a really strong, solid foundation and understanding of ethical principles, including tech ethics. And so we are working to integrate that across the business curriculum in some really creative, innovative ways, which are fun and engaging for the students and the communities. We're also working to bring the business community closer to the university itself on this important topic. And we have this really exciting 6-semester, 3-year rolling program where we talk, it's called Let's Talk, about one of the basic 6 ethics principles each semester. And next semester, that topic is going to be tech ethics. And the Let's Talk program specifically is geared around a speaker program. We bring in 3 to 4 speakers, and we have a really great book of the semester that we all read together. It's available to the community, to staff, to faculty, and to students, of course. We are in the middle of a program this semester. Our last speaker had over 1,100 people sign up to listen, but next semester it's going to be all geared around tech ethics. In addition to that, we also have, I have a video podcast series called The Biz, the Business Integrity School, that complements the Let's Talk program each semester. So next semester, that program is going to be focused, The Biz, the video podcast series, on all things tech ethics. They come out once a week, the video podcasts do. You can find them under The Biz on, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. I'm going to drop the link to my website so you can find them there as well. But for 15 weeks, you're going to get an episode a week that's that's going to be focused on tech ethics. We're going to be able to go deeper with our very own Mary Lassity, some folks already from Microsoft, some folks from Deloitte, and others who have already, LiveRamp, who's one of the companies here in Arkansas as well, but really get some great expertise on that. So I encourage you to think about continuing your conversation here beyond blockchain, which is just one technology which is being used in great ways to promote ethical use of technology. But I encourage you to go deeper and extend your knowledge by participating in some of these programs that we're going to be continuing into next year as part of this overall strategic initiative at Walton College. One more important thing, Mary, I want to mention is that we have received a grant from the Deloitte Foundation
yes.
to create something that really doesn't exist right now, which is a tech ethics curriculum. It will be open sourced. We are doing it in concert with 3 other leading universities, Notre Dame, Duquesne, and University of Virginia. We are going to be creating with them and some other really smart folks on this topic, a curriculum that will be able to be adaptable by various universities to be used as a credential guide where they could create a credential from it, perhaps a minor in this topic, or even include it as a particular module in a course, or even a major in it. But it's going to be open source. And the whole point is we want to be able to improve the quality of higher education on this particular topic, because it truly is going to affect all of our lives. Mary gave you some examples there at the beginning of her talk, but there are, I mean, it's everywhere. It's whether, what they're using it to determine, credit applications and whether or not that's being used fairly between men and women in terms of the review of the applications, resumes and their review when you submit them to a company, and whether or not it's really pulling out the right resumes. That can be another particular issue. Self-driving cars, I'm sure we're all interested in that, but we've had a few crashes along the way, so we've got to figure out how to do that better. And I think what we've recognized is as we move through this issue, and one of the things we'll explore in these topics that we're going to be focusing on for next semester is this idea of interdisciplinarity, which, in a school context will kind of mean across disciplines, not just marketing, not just IS, not just management. And in a business sense, it would mean interdisciplinarity is you don't create tech ethics by just having the engineers do it, or, just having your IS department doing it, but thinking about it, more across the organization, like Scrum team, and how you need people from all the different disciplines to be together, to look at the issue from different points of view so that you can create technology that truly does embody the ethical principles, and you've thought about all the different contexts of it. Mary even mentioned forced labor and modern day slavery, and that's a really great specific example of how blockchain specifically and that type of technology is now being used so that from afar, we can, within the world, actually see and track where modern day slavery is occurring. And it's a great tool, and technology is now being used for good by many companies to look further back in the supply chain, which is a huge requirement now for big companies, and to be able to monitor and ensure that there is no forced labor that's being involved in the creation of their products. So there's so much to talk about on this topic, but I'll stop and leave it there. I will tell you that in the field of ethics, tech ethics is the next green field. I mean, that is where we all need to go and where we all need to focus our efforts. I'm so fortunate to have Mary on my academic advisory board, and she and I are on this journey together. And I hope that you'll join us on this journey and that we can continue the conversation, because it's a big one and we're all going to have to participate to figure this out.
Well, I think the audience can certainly appreciate how much positive energy you're bringing to the Walton College on this topic, Cindy. One of the things that really impressed me is that our first students that really graduated with one of the badges in ethics, they shared with you that was the main conversation they had on their job interviews. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. So these programs that I mentioned, the students can get e-credentials is what, in the business community, we would call it. At the student level, we call it badges. I've created one for business integrity kind of broadly, and also badges that the students can get by participating in programs on one of the 6 basic business ethics principles like tech ethics. And of course, what we want is for that to be valuable, not just for the student in terms of education, but to really make a difference for the employer. And sure enough, we've already had that come full circle. So one of the early students who got one of the e-certifications, and she's able to display that then on her LinkedIn resume, as well as her LinkedIn profile, as well as on her resume. Sure enough, more than one was asked about it during the interview process. And essentially the recruiter's like, oh my goodness, after they heard the student explain what it was, that's exactly the kind of person that we want to hire. I think everyone knows you want to hire people who know how to lead and act with integrity, but figuring out that competency and whether or not somebody really has it and is going to be the kind of employee with the kind of, character and thought processes that you want is hard. And it's hard to figure out in an interview. So when students are able to display proactively and explicitly that they've spent time learning about that and they're able to talk about it in an interview, it was so impactful that, again, the person interviewing said, oh my gosh, that's exactly the kind of person we want to hire. She, in fact, got the job. She's been working there in a co-op capacity ever since. It's a Fortune 500 company, and she's now considering whether or not she wants to go and continue to work there full time. So we're going to be creating more and more of these use cases so that we are able to show the real value, not just to the student, but also to the business community. Identify, I know you mentioned that too, Mary. This is one of the credentials that I'm also working with the founder of Identify to make sure that shows up on their Identify, their resume that they can create through that. And it's incredible seeing it come full circle, which is what we want. And for employers to be able to see that the Walton College is really helping to promote the right kind of business leaders coming out of the college.
That's great, Cindy. And we also, you and I and Deloitte and Microsoft will be at the Northwest Arkansas Tech Summit, also talking about tech ethics. So at this point, I wanted to bring up our word cloud from the audience, but I'm trying to signal to the production team my Slido crashed. So maybe Sri Vidya, either you can please bring me up your computer, and I'll read these to you, Cindy. So let's see what our audience thought about what are some important tech ethic principles. Just come on in, Sri Vidya. Thank you so much. Oh, so normally, Cindy, we see privacy as the #1 word, but guess what word we have here today? Transparency.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, given that we have so many supply chain focused people here too. I'm going to read out a couple of other things to you, Cindy, and I'll get your reaction. So people said truth, honesty, decentralized governments, humanity first, visibility, equal access. Ooh, I love self-sovereign ID, and empowerment. Mm-hmm. So what do you think about our audience's preferred ethical principles?
What I think that I see as a mega thing coming out of all of those is the human element in it, right? I mean, technology, running amok, which it can do, almost kind of feels like the Wild West or the streets of Bangladesh, if you've ever been there, which I have, which is like traffic running in all directions and accidents all the time. And there isn't any kind of rules of governance, and there's no rules of the road, and there's not kind of the rule of law that would set it up. And when I think about that related to technology, what I hear coming through in all of those principles is this marrying together that there has to be with technology that is understandable, that is explainable, and that humans are able to influence it in order to be able to use it for good, so that it doesn't sort of run amok and cause problems for society.
Yes, and Cindy, you and I have often talked about this too. The ethical principles are just the starting point, right? So it's really about how do you create this and embed it as a culture. And so I think that's going to be one of the topics that we'll talk about at the summit together.
Yes.
Well, Cindy, I want to just thank you not only for today, but for everything you have done for the Walton College. I really believe that our focus on ethics is going to really serve to differentiate the Walton College from many other business schools, and giving them a solid foundation, not only in their disciplines, but in tech and business ethics, I think will serve our students and our employers and our alumni quite well. So thank you so much for today.
You're welcome. Have a great conference. It's going to be fabulous, I'm sure. Thank you, Mary.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Okay,
Bye.
so for our audience, next what I would like you to do is, now we're going to officially start our game. So go to the Brella app, and the first person, you'll be the leader, the first person who answers our blockchain trivia correctly, well, you're going to get a jump up on our start. Okay, and now I believe we are going to go to break. Sorry.
You've been down this road for far too long. You left your love behind, but still you keep on crawling back despite the pain inside. 'Cause all that I want is for you to be happy. Give me a chance to show that you can be. Well, open your eyes and see the way I see. 'Cause all that I want is for you to be happy with me.
Well, I want to congratulate Daniel Weiss, who is our first, you're on the leaderboard now, Daniel. So all of the rest of you will have an opportunity through subsequent questions to take the leadership away from Daniel. Okay, up next, we are going to have our first conversation on sustainable supply chains. And to host this is going to be Dale Christie. Dale is blockchain strategist at FedEx, and he is also on our executive advisory board for the Blockchain Center of Excellence. A couple of other things about Dale. Anyone in this space knows of Dale, and he is really world-renowned for his argument that blockchains are a team sport, and he often uses the term co-opetition. We're also excited here because he's an alum of the University of Arkansas, so he's a Razorback along with us. And one of Dale's hobbies is bike riding, and you will often find him in the world-class bike trails of Northwest Arkansas. So Dale, I'd like to invite you to the main stage. I'll pass it over to you to introduce your phenomenal panel. And when you're ready, I'll come back. I'm going to be monitoring Q&A and come back and ask your panelists some questions.
Great. Good morning, Mary. Honored. I know we all are honored to be part of this. And I bring you greetings from Memphis. I work for FedEx. I'm the business fellow blockchain strategist for FedEx. And so we are all over the place today on our virtual panel. But again, I've spent my entire career in transportation. Started with Consolidated Freightways many, many years ago, which led to Conway, which led to American Freightways, which led to FedEx Freight. So most of my focus has been in the what they refer to as the LTL, the less than truckload side of things. And my brain kind of connects dots. So I've done a number of things, ops and sales and all that stuff. But I really spent a lot of years in process improvement, in quality, and strategy. And that's what I was doing. I was a VP of Strategic Planning and Support when I happened onto blockchain, and we did the very first use case now several years ago, 2017. And so at this point, before we go deeper into that, it's my honor to turn this over. You know, I had like a 6-page intro for Colonel Jim Regner here, but I thought it would be more efficient for all of us if he simply gave his own introduction, rather than me talking about the 4 Nobel Prizes he's won and all the other stuff I could add to this. But Colonel Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you if you would for your intro.
Thanks, Dale. I appreciate it. So I'll only use 5 of those 6 pages, and we'll get through it. So Jim Regenor, I spent 31 years in the Air Force flying airplanes all over the world. And when I left the Air Force, or before I left the Air Force, I ran a large logistics organization, 15 locations, 11 countries, 3 continents. And we're always starving for spare parts. So when I left the Air Force, I came into a business, Moog, working there, and came across 3D printing and tried to find a way to solve those problems. And what we found was blockchain trust was needed in order to allow somebody to send a part directly to where it was needed. So that's where I got into blockchain, and we'll unpack a lot of that stuff as we go today. So I'll pause there and spare you all the other stuff. We'll get to it later. Thank you.
Great, Jim, thank you very much. It's also my pleasure to initially introduce Tom Fahey from Accenture. And again, huge background in blockchain and responsibilities there. So Tom, if you'll do the same and provide us an intro. Thanks.
Absolutely. So been with Accenture now for 15 years. Spent a lot of that early career working with consumer goods companies, trying to solve, I call it the planes, trains, and automobiles problem. So trucks, warehouses, where to put them and how to move goods most efficiently across truckload, LTL, and ocean networks. Fairly recently got into blockchain, fairly recently, 2 years ago, thinking about all the different ways that blockchain and multi-party systems and multi-party thinking more broadly. It's funny, Dale, I also use the word team sport. I actually hadn't heard that attributed to you. I don't know if I got it from you or great minds thinking alike, but I love talking about how the future of supply chains is a team sport, and that we absolutely need to think about ways to establish trust across those networks to solve problems like provenance, like authenticity, and all the other, and risk and resilience that plague supply chains today.
Excellent. So there's our all-star panel right there, the two gentlemen that are joining me here, and we're going to go back and forth here. But I'm gonna step up to the plate first and try to kind of paint the picture here. I want to connect part of the FedEx journey into this topic as we set up the discussion. Excuse me. As I briefly mentioned a second ago, the first FedEx use case was back in 2017. I'm not going to go deep into this. I just want to kind of foundationally set this up. It was a three-party scenario. I call that out because what we're talking about is insanely complex by comparison to that, and yet our first use case of three parties was sufficiently complex. But in this case, we're going to get to dozens and hundreds of moving parts within these supply chains. So the three-party scenario, receiver, shipper, carrier, we weren't connecting. We were talking past each other. We were using different languages. The receiver would order something on a purchase order from the shipper would fulfill it and translate that into a bill of lading for shipping purposes. We would then pick up a bill of lading and be responsible for the piece count and the pallet count and all that on that and deliver it to the receiver on a bill of lading on a delivery receipt. And then weeks later, we were all pointing fingers at each other, trying to figure out why there were shortages, why there were differences, et cetera, et cetera. And that literally was millions of dollars a year in chargebacks. So we went down that path. Once we started doing this use case, we kind of went down the same familiar path. Go back to 2017 and some of this kind of early in the hype cycle, kind of before the big piece of the hype cycle here, where I would describe most people as trying to monetize blockchain. They were trying to jump into that as step one. And let's treat it like the internet. Let's all get rich. Let's all work together, whatever the case may be. And we built our own global supply chain blockchain, and it works. Again, at the time and still today, it's not yet fast, it's not yet scalable, it's not yet very mature. And as I used to show on a slide in conferences, it's boring and useless. Blockchain is boring and useless. And I got a lot of nervous laughter in blockchain conferences with that slide for a while. But what it does really well. And so where authenticity and provenance matter, we think it's going to be game changing. And as early as 2018, our founder and chairman, Fred Smith, basically said it's going to completely change worldwide supply chains. And by 2019, our CIO came out and said, we actually think in this case, it's going to be open. And we think it's going to take a co-opetition to make this thing work. And so the problem is what we built and what we learned at that point in time, we realized very quickly that our competitors would not pay to use a FedEx solution or vice versa. So if that didn't work, what would work? Well, at the time, we realized that created a fork in the road. Most people were going down one side of the fork, which is this, let's monetize it, let's make money, let's get rich, let's whatever. And we realized that if you could hang an Apache or an MIT open license on the door frame of this kind of global and now virtual conference room, and everybody agreed to those set of rules before entering, it just scaled globally. So that took us down that path. And that led us to kind of blockchain as a team sport. And again, I later started referring to co-opetition to develop the pro-competitive open source platform on which we believe blockchain will be based. It also led me through that journey to have a full appreciation of the true luxury that I have because I work for a company that goes to 220 countries and territories. And at that level, there is no FedEx, there is no industry, and there are no borders. I mean, data knows no geographic borders. And because of that, my view on this whole conversation is essentially from the International Space Station, or more recently, a very proud thing from my point of view, this inspiration for St. Jude SpaceX mission just recently with this giant cupola, this giant window, where they could literally see the full perimeter of the Earth. Why am I telling you all that? Because I think that's where we want to start this discussion. So how do we create sustainable supply chains? First of all, let's go all the way up and get that global view of supply chains, and then we'll figure out how to make them sustainable or maybe more sustainable. The issue we were trying to deal with, excuse me, in 2017 involved just three parties, all of whom were essentially trying to work together. And yet we still spent millions on this issue. In the past couple of years, we've all had a front row seat to just how fragile a global supply chain actually is. And that continues, and it will continue. What most people don't know, or maybe more likely probably don't think about very often, is that there are dozens and hundreds of steps in supply chains, frequently crossing oceans, taking months to move step by step from raw material to end user. What we think of a supply chain is most often quite a few companies who are not only in different countries or in continents, but are also in completely different industries. You might be surprised to find out that a company may not even know they are part of a supply chain. So the three of us on this panel who are tasked with creating sustainable supply chains are off to a really slow start, right? It's a good thing my job here today is to explain how complex supply chains are, and then let the other two on stage tell you how to make them more sustainable. We're going to stay up in that space view, that cupola view, with this amazing view of the entire globe, and I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Jim. So Jim, what do you see from this view, and what do you want to share?
So I think one of the interesting things from this view is you can look down at the Earth and you see this big blue sphere, but it's a big blue sphere because it's covered with water. And some of the features that still jump up at you are the lakes, the rivers, and the oceans. And when you start thinking about, what the significance of the lakes and the rivers were as we developed as a civilization, it's really around culture, commerce, and then governments. So if you can look to the Indus River or any of the rivers in Europe or the Hudson or Mississippi in the US, culture sprung up around the river. Commerce, we have ships going up and down the river. And then governments, they use rivers for borders, or they use the rivers for protection, keep invaders out. Today, those rivers are digital rivers. So as you said before, those rivers have no boundaries. So we look down and we can see the importance of having data flow and seeing the importance in culture. We have things like TikTok and Facebook and all these different ways that we deal with each other. Commerce, we have e-commerce today, we have digital commerce, and that's the area we're in, creating a way to push parts right to the point of use. And then governments, we have extra government things happening because of technology. We have, companies making their own currencies, which is fundamentally a governmental requirement. The other thing we see from up in this view, I think, which is worth mentioning, is you can see the Great Wall of China. And what was that for? It was to keep invaders out. What does that mean in today's digital parlance? Well, it's really about how do I keep people from getting into my supply chain, my digital supply chain. We talk a lot about cybersecurity, but the nom de jour today, I think, should be data security. How are we going to secure that individual data pack as it moves? And one of the things that we've done here recently, we just received a contract from the US Air Force, was to create a data fabric. And our part for the blockchain is to create the provenance of the data across that data fabric. And that's to keep those invaders out, to protect the pipe, so to speak, for the pipeline. So from my view, that's what I see as this transition from water and rivers to data flowing in these rivers. And again, having no boundaries and usurping some of the traditional roles of government. I'll pause there.
Lost audio.
Yeah, you might be muted.
Unmute, yeah.
Sorry, I was clicking as fast as I could. My apologies. Tom, no pressure there, buddy. So let's talk about the importance of trust in these supply chains and networks, how that connects into sustainability. And now we can start kind of going more down the sustainability piece. So thank you.
Absolutely. So the way I like to think about this, I think the problem in sustainability has shifted really significantly over the last 18 to 24 months. I think that if you rewind 2 years ago, the problem with making sustainable investments was a challenge around demand. I don't think consumers had mobilized in the same way they have today. And I don't think that companies had heard that consumer voice demanding sustainability. So I would say that 2-3 years ago, our challenge to sustainability was one of demand. The demand for sustainable interventions in the supply chain otherwise weren't there. I think now we have demand. I think increasingly we have needs and so much innovation going on in terms of how to supply, whether it's green steel, whether it's green ammonia, whether it's trucks that are running off the solar grid. The demand is there, the supply is there, but what we're lacking is trust. And so the key third leg to any market is, how do I ensure that if I'm going to pay a premium for a good that is sustainably sourced, for a good that is sustainably manufactured, how do I ensure that I trust that I am actually receiving a good that is sustainably sourced, or that I'm engaging with a set of partners that I trust? And if anyone listened to CordaCon last week, so R3 has created the Corda product. A lot of the vocabulary that they use is around capital markets, and I would really encourage anyone who has some time to go listen, especially some of the opening sessions there. But the way that they talk about trust and moving around this digital world is, I think, completely analogous, and tying back to James's to Jim's points earlier about the digital trust in the river. We need to be able to connect the physical world of supply chains. I'll say, capital markets have an easier job to do. We have to take a physical good and tie it to the digital good and ensure that those two remain distinct, and ensure that as that good moves around a physical world, that we can continue to trust it. And so I think, thinking first around who are the actors in my supply chain and who are the actors that I need to engage with is absolutely the first thing you need to do. And then the next thing, once you understand and can define who those actors are in a way that we can trust, in a way that is verifiable, in a way that is credentialized, we then need to think about how to connect those actors to the goods that are moving around the supply chain. So how do I trust that the good that this actor introduced into the supply chain is truly sustainably sourced or is sustainably manufactured? I can't tell the difference between a shirt that was produced in a way that respected human rights versus one that wasn't. I need to somehow establish that trust. And that's thinking about the challenges in supply chain, especially as it pertains to sustainability, through that lens of trust. I think is a really important way to think about and how do you, to Jim's analogy, how do you create the docks and get the boats on the river and ensure that you actually know what's moving up and down those waterways? Dale, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, I'm bouncing back and forth here between, it feels to me like sustainability is an outcome of some of what we've all been talking about now for several years, which is once I create essentially a digital twin. If I think of FedEx kind of being, as we would describe it, we're kind of at this unique intersection of the physical and digital worlds. We've spent 50 years moving packages, and most people, if you ask about FedEx, they would tell you, oh, they move packages. I ordered something, they delivered it, whatever the case may be. But we think of ourselves as a technology company, and one of our 3 strategic pillars is to innovate digitally. And so this concept of a digital twin, kind of a blockchain trusted digital twin, I think is the future of FedEx. If you think of what is FedEx moving forward, it's actually an and. It's not only a physical box, but it's also this digital from that point of view. And just the simple creation of that and the technology that will allow us to create that and to connect on an enterprise basis with this technology, with peer-to-peer, with smart contracts or whatever we're ultimately going to all call those things, really starts changing. We've now kind of pivoted into the space where we can really take on something like sustainability. Because, when I go back to the late 80s, when we first created the Malcolm Baldrige Award in the US, one of the people that won it was a company that we dealt with in the transportation space. And I would just remember how kind of shocking it was, which is they were starting to demand expectations from us as a downstream vendor, right? They prepared the product, but the extension of their delivery and of their customer experience basically involved a carrier moving it to, their customer, right? And they were saying, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. Well, that's really what we're talking about now. Now we have the technology from a blockchain point of view to start pondering those things. Once we start connecting the dots, it not only addresses, Tom, the comments that you made, it also addresses the fact that ABC company may not even realize they're part of a supply chain, or that they have any expectations, or anybody has any expectations for them. And even though e-commerce has kind of shortened that supply chain now a little bit, where you can actually order something from the marketplace or from the manufacturer, from the whatever, it's still a really complex thing. But now that we start getting data, now that we're starting to identify data, we're starting to create trust in this and rules and protocols around that. Once you get to that point, not only are you going to get not only process improvement, but breakthrough. But I think that's where the sustainability piece starts coming into it as well. Now I know you, you know me, we have expectations of each other. We have accountability. We are essentially accountability partners to each other in certain things like this. And that's where we can really now start pivoting into sustainability and ethics and various things like that. So Jim, beyond the supply chain discussion, how do you see tech kind of creating sustainment opportunities?
Well, let me just reflect back a little bit on the supply chain, if I may, again.
Sure.
So, you hit a couple, I think, really salient points. And one is, this new type of digital application of the supply chain. One of the things we like to say at Veritex is we've created a new modality of logistics where you can take a trusted digital asset and now move it to the point of use and manufacture it there. What we found coming out of the pandemic is the last 10 to 15 years, companies have focused on lean. So they've leaned out their supply chains, their internal processes. When this pandemic hit, we can all see today, my daughter, she's been fed chicken nuggets like 4 days this week at school because their supply chain in the cafeteria is broken, or Ford's got all the trucks backed up in parking lots because they can't get chips. But by being able to create a digital supply chain and digital assets, you now have optionality where you can pivot. And I think that's one of the things that we're all learning coming out of this. And it's a unique way to do business because it really impacts the corporate operating margin. Traditional manufacturing companies were always burdened with the cost of raw material, the cost of production. But now if you're able to shift that to the point of use and you then absorb it at consumption, so it no longer rides on a balance sheet. So all of a sudden you start seeing this adjustment in operating margins, requirements for cash flow, and so on. So that's some of, I think, the second and third order effects you see. In the B2C business, we've been consuming digital supply chain for a long time, right? On your iPhone, you buy an app, music, movie, and you consume it at the point of use. Think of that now in an industrial world. If you can move parts, what then enables that? It's that smart contract. It's that blockchain for authenticity to be able to provide the trust in the parts. But we're now able to get outside those four walls of the factory. I'll come back real quick to what you said. There's other applications in sustainment that I think are important as we start to look at the future. And one of them is, how can you create something out of this tech that is virtuous? And I'll go back to cyberpunks or crypto kitties and all that. $400 million market cap, cyberpunks, $3 billion market cap. For what? At the end of the day, you have a collectible, 64 pixels or something. Why not create these virtuous cycles where you can create opportunities with tech in order to fund new projects, green tech, and so on? And that's one of the areas we've looked at. We can come back and talk about it as we go, but it's a project we've been working on called the Salacia Project, which allows us to create a series of collectibles, allows us to use geotagging to incentivize people to come to events, whether it's, clean the beach or clean the coral reef or whatever it might be. But it comes out of a collectible series that generates revenue that we then push into blue tech and green tech type of things. But it's allowing that tech to drive sustainability. In the course of one lifetime, one generation, we have totally corrupted the ocean. These huge masses of plastics and stuff. And I'll close with this. The ocean's crying right now, Dale. And so are a lot of the other ecosystems. And we're not paying attention. We're expecting the government or somebody else to fix it. We have the tools today to start going out and doing things and becoming, to your analogy, a global citizen again, instead of being co-opted and corrupted by this consumerism that we've all been living with. I'll pause there because that's really heavy.
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to loop right back to you for just a second, which is, I know you mentioned Veritex. I'm very familiar with that. I don't know how familiar the audience is, but I'd like them to be a little bit more familiar. And so give us, if you would, maybe a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes on Veritex, the digitization, the digital, some of that kind of stuff, and what it does. So again, I'm in an industry where we pick up and move packages, and that has been decades, right? So what's Veritex's future vision of that, and connected to blockchain and intellectual property and all those kinds of things? I'm lobbing you a softball here, but I know you're going to knock it out of the park.
I'll go back to some of the FedEx history. In the early 80s, FedEx had a program, I believe it was called ZAP, and it was too far advanced. The technology and the market hadn't come together, or the technology and the need hadn't come together to create a market, right? And then all of a sudden, some other technology jumped out there and disrupted it. A fax machine, that's right. Go figure. But think about, now you can take an object, right? That's a physical object, and you've created it in a digital world. So the world for me was 3 buckets. It's kind of a digital world, digitalization, and then creating value. So transformation out of digitalization. And being able to take that object now with provenance and move it outside of the 4 walls. So to move it across borders. And with take an aircraft part, that's 3D printable. You can now move it to a 3D printer and manufacture point of use. The outcome is we were able to reduce lead times from 265 days down to 6 hours and so on. So there's a huge shift in what you can do. But beyond that, as I mentioned before, there's a huge shift to what your balance sheet looks like. You get the downdrafts of having to maintain all this physical inventory all around the world. It's disruptive. I mean, it's disruptive for a company that their primary focus is to pick up that part and move it. So because you drive some of the non-value added costs, and not a pejorative dig at anybody. There's non-value adds, they're just a function of that's how you have to move it to get it, right? Or store it or whatever. But if you can streamline this, you can create what we think is a much more sustainable, more optionality in the supply chain. And that's what Veritex is about. But there's, it's a big world, and I'm never going to 3D print a banana. So, or something like that. So there's plenty to put in trucks and planes and trains and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, one of the things, before I turn it back over to Tom here, one of the things that I think of in the, once we get to med devices and various things like that, once we can actually scale out Internet of Things tags, sensor-based logistics and various things like that, to speak back to what Jim just said, once I know where everything is, I won't need as much. Well, that's a hugely sustainable reference right there. Right now, there's a lot of people that have to do physical inventories of goods because they don't know where they are, right? 2 times, 4 times a year, whatever the case may be, they come up with that. Once we know where everything is, think of an aircraft part, think of a med device, think of something likely on the expensive end, on the front end of this thing, they will simply be able to do that. I mean, we worked a few years ago with a couple of companies that you would recognize. One made gaming systems and one was a retailer. And if you could track that all the way through that process, you don't have to do a physical inventory to say, I think I have 4 of these. You have 2 of these. One's in receiving and one's in electronics. And just the sheer notion of that gets you back into working capital, gets you back into inventories, gets you back into distribution centers. And again, we may think of sustainability as kind of blue and green and things like that, but there's a lot of definitions of sustainability. And one of those would simply be the fact that I don't need as much product. And it's not sitting around in warehouses, et cetera, et cetera. So this really does have ripple effects in a number of areas. So Tom, go ahead.
Let me just put back, now I'm gonna be quiet. You guys have a product, Tron. So, I believe, right? Your sensor, your IoT sensor to tell you where things are at. So the key to Tron, I think, when you look at it, is you have to be able to provide data integrity into any of the things that we're talking about. So the piece that blockchain plays is it now can become that data security and that data integrity rail that you need so that you can then trust the blockchain and the information. So in order to get there, the tools we're building are essential. I'll pause now, but I really think it's worth mentioning that, again, we got to have the data integrity, and that's the rail that we're providing with a blockchain. You guys are providing others. So.
Correct. And thanks for the plug for that. Tom, when we're going to start seeing some of these ideas driving impact in the markets? Take us down kind of that path and wherever else you want to go around what we've just been talking about, if you would.
Yeah, and that's probably the number one question we get, we hear in the market and we get from clients. So I would certainly say the first wave, is here. I think the first, I'll break it up into a couple different things that we see moving actively now. I think the first is standards bodies, whether that's textiles, whether that is in consumer goods or healthcare, right? All the different standards bodies and non-industry bodies are moving in this space and attempting to find the standards both for data exchange and for how we're going to, again, I'm going to keep saying trust like a broken record, establish trust across these networks. I think the other place that we see a lot of movement right now is on the manufacturers. As a manufacturer, I'm going to invest many, many millions of dollars into greening my manufacturing processes. I need to make sure that I can guarantee that my product is certifiably green, sustainable for my downstream consumer, and that's not an easy problem to solve. Think about something like a commodity chemical, an ammonia, a fuel that is completely indistinguishable downstream. Thinking about how do we tokenize and prove that production process and the veracity of that and the quality of that production process to a downstream buyer so that I can actually be paid back for my investment. It's all about aligning incentives. I think the third place we see it moving now are I think of the apex corporate buyers, the makers of whether it's a plane, a car, a data center, et cetera, who are working and using blockchain and bringing their suppliers onto networks to make sure that they can prove both, focusing first on authenticity and serialization of product, but that very naturally flows into sustainability. And finally, I'll hit on public sector where we're working with the World Economic Forum now to establish a data exchange to show the resiliency of supply chains in the developing world. And so imagine the problem and the light bulb that we've had with the World Economic Forum is that there are private actors, whether it be FedEx, DHL, Coca-Cola, that hold lots of data around how these supply chains are behaving. And if that data were available to the organizations and the NGOs that are moving food, moving medical supplies, the cold chain through Western Africa, Southern Africa, wherever, that data would save thousands and thousands of lives if it should be shared. But at the moment, the technology exists for us to all trust. And so there's definitely a tie-in to computational compute, a tie-in to how do we share data and trust the veracity of data and aggregate data in a way that allows those companies to maintain their competitive edge in those markets. But whether it's for humanitarian or even thinking about benchmarking for other purposes so that we don't end up with another COVID-style disruption, that notion of data aggregation, sharing, and computational compute is something that's also really growing legs in the market right now.
Great. I want to go back one final comment to trust, and then as a heads up to Mary, I've got two quick questions, and then we're going to wrap up, and I'll turn it back to you for Q&A in just a couple of moments. I've spoken for several years now about what that whole blockchain as a team sport kind of thing caused me to really think about other ways of using words that we all think we know what that means. But trust is one of those words. For our entire lives, everybody here, trust is subjective, right? You are a doctor, I trust you. You're my lawyer, I trust you, whatever the case may be. And there's a bit of a leap of faith from that point of view. What we've really been talking about, what Tom just talked about is objective trust. I know that it's a Tom original. I know that it's a Jim original. We can prove it. We have data to prove it. We have this underlying almost MRI level view of data that I may not see all of it. I don't need to see all of it at FedEx. I'm going to see the logistics piece of that. But deep down underneath that, we get down to a digital fingerprint and an anchor from Tom selling something to Jim. In Jim's case, it could be 3D printed, but there's still going to be an anchor. There's still going to be some ability to say, Tom sold something to Jim and Jim didn't print 6 of them. He printed 1 of them, or whatever the case may be. But this objective trust is going to change so many things about now it's simply going to be there. So, the younger brothers or sisters of the students at University of Arkansas right now, 10 years from now, they may never hear the word blockchain. It just simply is a layer under everything. And they'll have those kinds of things. So I'm going to tee up 2 final questions here. And bear with me for just a second, audience, if you would. But we just brought let's just think of it this way. We just brought Jim and Tom back from the future. With a focus on sustainable supply chains, I want each of you to share with the audience what may or may not be obvious to us at this point, but what you see as inevitable. With a nod to Kevin Kelly's book, Jim and I, we were talking about that earlier, which is the inevitable. So I'm going to start with Jim here. But Jim, what's obvious? What's inevitable to you that may not quite be yet obvious to us? And you can go anywhere you want on this topic.
I think what's inevitable is when we look to the future is going to have many more blockchain solutions unmoored from cryptocurrency. I think really letting the genie out of the bottle is homage back to Kevin Kelly. Is really when we unmoored cryptocurrency from blockchain. We're going to open up, the decentralization of X. What could X possibly be? We're also going to have trust like we've never had before, outside the 4 walls of the factory. That's going to create whole new different business models, whole new different opportunities, whole new different sustainment type of opportunities. And to your comment, I wear a mechanical watch made by a company called Bremont. It's got all kinds of gears and dials and everything else. I quite frankly don't care and how that works. But when I look at the face of that watch, I need to trust that's the right time, right? And that's the era we're in right now. We need to be able to transition from being able to watch the gears to be able to watch the hands on the walls. And as you said, blockchain will become a general purpose technology. We won't talk about it anymore. That's what the future looks like.
Excellent, thank you. So what may not be obvious to us, but is inevitable to you, Tom? Go for it.
Yeah, I love the fact that blockchain disappears in the background. It's almost like we're sitting in 1998 and geeking out about the TCP/IP protocol. How that this great way to exchange packets is going to change the world, which sort of misses the point. That just works now. But I'm going to jump into the corporate side. The big players in corporate IT systems, your SAP, your Oracles, your Dynamics, your Salesforce. All those players right now are trying to figure out what to do with this space. And I think what you'll see is a move towards interoperability that if I'm connecting, I'm running SAP, I'm going to be able to connect into this network, and it's going to be a network of networks. So I think you'll start to see this emergence of connecting to those trusted data sources, and then you'll see a ton of innovation at the glass from those providers and from new entrants. There's absolutely an opportunity for the next SAP, the next Salesforce to move here, but there's going to be a ton of innovation on the different use cases and value and value-added services that can be provided because you now have access to all this data, because you can trust the genealogy, because you can see all the way back through the supply chain. So that's that you're going to see these big players. You're going to see a wave of innovation at the glass for corporations in their IT systems.
Excellent. Thanks to both of you. So one final quick question. We'll do this in maybe a moment or so, Mary, and we'll turn it back over to you. So first, Jim, how can this audience help us move forward toward more sustainable supply chains? What's the takeaway, or what's the call to action for them on this topic?
Yeah, I think the call to action is really, it's time to start looking at where these advances in technology are leading us and how we can use them to again, better our world and become global citizens. So we're still stuck in this becoming a consumer. We need to move beyond that and start realizing there's a finite number of resources in the world, and we should cherish them. Every year more species go extinct than actually went extinct when the dinosaurs were struck. That should bother all of us. Same with foresting, same with the oceans, and so on. So let's take these technologies and let's really make a more sustainable world.
Great. Tom, I'm teeing you up for the finish here. So how can this audience help us move forward toward more sustainable supply chains?
The first thing that I would jokingly, sort of joking, come join us at Accenture, especially you students. We'd love to have you. But I'll put that aside. I think it's consumer action, and while we have to move beyond consumers, beyond our roles as consumers, behaving out in the market and buying sustainably, and taking advantage of this trust, right? Being a consumer that buys on these notions of trust is absolutely it. I welcome any reach outs if you want to come join us at Accenture too. My final little plug.
Yeah, I would add my co-opetition comment, which is I started using that around blockchain, but we actually saw that happen in real time about 18 months ago in the pandemic, where you and I might be arguing over the back fence about our favorite sports team, and then all of a sudden we've dropped everything. It's not about where we compete, it's about where we can agree. And in that moment, and we saw that at 9/11 as well, for a moment where all of a sudden none of that mattered, right? We all dropped everything. We were trying to move PPE around the world to people that we will never meet, we never did meet, and it was for the right reasons. And I think that a lot of companies have focused, and rightly so, and I think Jim mentioned this on the lean side of things, we focused within our four walls, right? But this is an enterprise discussion. And I think a big opportunity, even though it wasn't traditionally taught at business school, I know Mary teaches it there and others do now, or on your first day of work, but how do I work with my competitor? Is that an opportunity, and what can we do? And that gets us to this broader, almost commons approach around all these technologies, whether this is blockchain, which leads us to more sustainable solutions, et cetera, et cetera. So we do play in a big space. And that's one of the lessons I've learned is, we play in this international space, and at that level, all kinds of things are possible. So Mary, again, thank you to Tom. Thank you to Jim. Appreciate it very much. Mary, I'm going to turn it back over to you for Q&A if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Well, I need all three of you with me. So I just want to share a couple of reflections of my own, and then we're going to go to the audience Q&A. One of the sound bites you all said I completely agree with, that in a few years, we're not going to talk about blockchains. In fact, when the governor founded us 3 years ago, I had told Matt Waller, our dean, I'm like, this name is only going to be hot for a couple years. And then we need to either pivot to something like Internet 3.0 or digital ecosystems, because it is just going to be the underlying layer that helps us all just kind of validate that we're all agreeing and seeing to the same sequence of events. So I agree with you on that. The second thing, my second comment is, I think you three are so much more braver than I am. The fact that you will make inevitable predictions, I just think it's so brave. I think I said a couple minutes ago that when people ask me about the future, I always say I don't know, because I really believe it's emergent based on the choices we make today. So I wanted to compliment you on your bravery. All right, are you all ready for some questions from the audience? Okay, I got to put my glasses on for this. Okay, I love this one, and I hope all three of you answer this question. Can you talk about how granular you think the tracking of products and services will be? So is it down to products like this? Is it a pallet level? How granular will tracking be?
Jim, you want to start with that one?
Yeah, I mean, we can granular level, and the manufacturing side goes all the way back to the raw material, right? So if you go all the way back to when the powder's made, or when the bar stock's made, or whatever, that's because that's what you need to know. And you need to know it because at the end of the day, if there's a form fit function or some sort of failure, you have to be able to do the reverse forensics. So the real value is being able to create these data lakes and pools at a granular level that allows you to dip in very quickly. So you don't have to say to FedEx, I need you to ground all your 767s, right? I only need you to go after these 4 because I know they were made with this powder batch that we suspect is poor. So being able to do that will create all kinds of opportunities.
Tom?
Yeah, I think it really depends. And I think that making sure you're focusing in, especially at this early stage of technology, on the specific use case you're solving for is absolutely critical. I think of it, it could be a serialized part if that's what you care about. It could be a batch if you're thinking about like foods and agri. It could be, even sometimes it's not about the individual object. Like when I mentioned earlier, sort of a green commodity, and just needing, if you're going to put 100, if I'm making sustainably produced ammonia, I put into a vat, it doesn't really matter for that use case. So back to you need to know the use case, that I'm now getting green ammonia. I just need to make sure that the premium I'm paying for green ammonia is going back to an actual sustainable production. So I would say it depends all the way from, it can vary from a serialized object all the way through to, I don't really care about the individual product itself to get the outcome I want. So remaining focused on business case and where you're getting value and what problem you're trying to solve is key to that.
Yeah, I would add, I know you've got a health pass thing, and Mary, you and I have talked about this, and your work and knowledge is continuing to increase and focus in that space. But I would argue right now that the vaccine pass that I was handed when I got my vaccine doesn't actually prove anything. I mean, it's a piece of paper, it's a card that has my name and it says Pfizer, whatever the case may be. But increasingly, we're requiring that to get back into society. Companies are now saying you have to be vaccinated, et cetera, or certain rules before you work here. And so back to I'll stick with vaccine as an example. The fact is that technology exists, and that's what we're here talking about, not only in this panel, but today, the broader conference today, that will allow us to connect it all the way back to the Moderna, Pfizer, J&J, fill in the blanks, whatever the case may be, the raw material that Jim talked about. And I don't need to know that as FedEx. I just need to know the logistics piece of that. But if you think of this data as an MRI level view, from my point of view, it may get to the carton or the pallet or a container, whatever the case may be. But as it drills further down, those dots are actually going to connect. That's the trust that Tom's been talking about and we've been talking about. It's going to connect all the way down to the fact that Jim made this, and here's the crypto anchor or the digital fingerprint or whatever it's being referred to as, all the way to include intellectual property and margins and pricing and all kinds of things. And then at a higher level of that, it may actually be combined into a box or a pallet, move across a border, et cetera, et cetera. But we're now in a position to take that little vial and say this vial, we'll call him Vinny the vial. He's now been added to 5 other little vials and then been in a bigger box and a bigger box and a pallet and moved across. But when you strip that back down, that forensic piece that Jim talked about, we'll now be able to prove that my vaccine came out of that specific vial and tie it all the way back up. And that connectivity, that gets you to this anti-counterfeiting, and it gets you, it pushes away from the gray market, the black market, the all kinds of things where that's going to happen. And it gets you the authenticity of it is actually that vial from that manufacturer. And that's the level. I may not see all that data. I don't need to see your margins or your pricing when I'm moving it. I simply need to be able to connect it. But all those dots are going to connect in this kind of an MRI level view.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. All right, well, I'm going to combine a couple questions because the audience has asked several about regulation. So let me just pitch this to you. Okay, data knows no borders, but regulatory compliance does. How do you handle the many regulations with a globally distributed supply chain?
Let me jump on that one if I could. We've done a couple of use cases. Early use cases, proofs of concept with U.S. Customs. We have a very close relationship with them, as would any big carrier like ours. And it's simply, a peer. It's a colleague, right? We have to we actually challenged U.S. Customs in 2019 to mandate blockchain on the horizon. Just that would force all of us to come to the table and work on it together from that point of view. We can't wait for them to do it, and they can't wait for us to do it. So the answer is we have to work on it together. And we're currently working with them in an e-commerce example where when I order something from, Regener.com, that first entity would be required to make an anonymized link available of certain information to include country of origin. That's really what they want. They want to know, first of all, is it already in the US or is it not? If it's not, that takes it down a different path. But the data that we just now talked about in the last couple of moments is exactly the way it's managed. And by the way, US Customs has an almost identical view that we do on the horizon. They have a 21st century customs framework that is digital. They understand it. They understand the need for that. They understand that their systems aren't currently built that way because the technology didn't used to exist when they built some of the systems they have. So they get it and they understand it. We've worked with World Customs, World Economic Forum. I mean, the broader entities, World Trade, they all have research papers out there that say blockchain is going to completely change worldwide supply chains in the next 10 or 15 years. And so it's not us persuading them at this point in time. It's more this co-opetition. It's more working with them and broadening, pulling our own blinders back to be able to say, look, this is a global opportunity. How do we work on this together?
And so, Dale, think about that port of entry when you buy an e-commerce package. It comes in, so now you have an opportunity to inspect it. But in a digital world, using a digital supply chain, where's the digital port of entry, right? So how do they have an opportunity to tell that this server farm is in Arizona, that this digital file is held on that's now being pushed? How do you keep your enemy from attacking your digital supply chain? How do you even see that he's doing that, right? So one of the things I've talked to U.S. Customs about is creating some sort of digital port of entry. That's a huge challenge if you're going to start moving parts around the world. We have regulations like ITARs that prevent us from shipping stuff to Iran or to sensitive material to China or to North Korea. How do you do that in this digital world? The blockchain provenance actually, believe it or not, makes it more secure. Instead of you have those same regulations, I put something in a box, I ship it to a first point down in Miami, they rebox it, ship it somewhere else, and now all of a sudden it ends up in Iran. All right, it's happened many times. But with that digital world, being able to create a prescribed workflow so that I know it has to go to Dale, and because of a verifiable key exchange or a verifiable identification, nobody else can jump in the middle and take that digital file, right? So now all of a sudden you've actually created a more secure world, which is counterintuitive. It's a world that you can't monitor at that port of entry, but you're going to have to monitor it through the full value chain. I'll pause there, but it's a different world. And
I'll just use the word engage, right? Reach out. Don't view it as they are partners, the regulators in all of this. So engage more would be my final.
Well, thank you, because one of my sound bites about regulators is I don't want to live in an unregulated world. As a consumer, I want to be protected. As an investor, I want to be protected. So we just, I loved your talking points about engaging and working with regulators. And I know a little story about you too, Jim, right? What did you do at the Department of Defense to get them to adapt regulations for 3D printing? Tell the audience that little story.
Well, there was in electronics, there's a Buy America clause in the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulations. And it's to prevent counterfeit and to prevent some other things getting into the supply chains that are critical to our weapon systems and our national security. I simply took that clause and everywhere it put electronics, I substituted in 3D printed. And I went out to the staffers at the HASC, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee and said, hey, counterfeit with 3D printing is going to become a big deal, right? Traditionally, counterfeit parts were low complex parts, washers, fasteners, that sort of stuff. With 3D printing, you can make anything. You can scan a print. You can make a hell of a good replica, but it's really not a duplicate of a part because it may not have the material properties. So by doing that, we got them to put in the Defense Appropriations Bill a question back to the DoD on how you will mitigate counterfeit parts in your supply chain. Then we went back to the DoD and we said, hey, we've got this blockchain solution that'll help you mitigate parts in your supply chain. So creating regulation or creating some sort of inquiry from Congress is one way to set market. The other is to get a law, which is much more difficult, especially in those days. They hadn't really defined what blockchain was. But you can see where you can come together, work together in order to come up with a solution. There's high consequence of failure in our national security, as there is in an airplane, as there is in space. But you got to make sure that you have a trusted supply chain to work, and that means having authentic parts. back to what Tom said, you got to engage.
Mary, let me jump in for a second on a follow-up to that. And you and I've talked about this, which is, I think one of the key takeaways, me hearing what Jim just now said translates into what I'm working on, which is we've spent a lot of years, I would say we've wasted a lot of years focusing on who, what, and when of blockchain, who, FedEx, when, what blockchain, when, we're all trying to figure that out, and not as much time figuring out the why. And so you and I are familiar with this topic, but I'll give you 30 seconds on it basically to connect that. Why, I think, gets us into the C-suite, why gets us into the business use cases. And that's what's brilliant about what Jim just now said. He didn't come back and say, let me explain to you how this blockchain technology works. He simply said, we're trying to get to anti-counterfeit. I have a solution for you, and it happens to use something that you may not be familiar with, but here's the way that works. That's where we are, I think, in the C-suite right now as well, which is don't try to walk in there and explain to them what blockchain is. Approach it from their point of view. If a CFO needs to reduce average days outstanding, we can have a smart contract discussion where you could get from a net 40 to a net 0, right? And a micro payment. Or whatever the case may be. And I think that's brilliant that he took that approach. But I want the audience to pull the blinders back and realize that's exactly where we need to be in business right now as well, I believe.
Okay, great. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, I got a tough question for you now, if you're ready. So if you were in financial services, it's very clear that you can see things like DeFi is already threatening business models for traditional financial services. You're all very optimistic about using blockchains to help supply chains, but how could blockchains actually threaten business models for large logistics companies like FedEx, or Tom, you help with many of your large clients? Where is the threat, not just the opportunity?
I'll jump in by just simply saying peer-to-peer technology. What value do I provide? I should look in the mirror and come up with that. It's not a preachy point to me or you or the audience, but if I need Jim to introduce me to Tom, that gets you to ride-sharing apps, that gets you to, I need to rent a home or rent a thing for the weekend. There's a ton of examples. There's industries built on the fact that I need Jim to introduce me to Tom. Well, in a peer-to-peer scenario, if I need a ride and somebody has a vehicle and we can find each other in a trusted environment, that disrupts a ton of industries right there. And so that's one of the reasons why I always say, if you heard the FedEx guy say it's not very fast or scalable or mature yet, and you stopped listening, you missed a really big point, which is, however, where authenticity and provenance, what it does really well. And so you need to be aware of that, especially if you sit between supply and demand right now. You need to be prepared to either disrupt or be disrupted, because your world's going to change, I think, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's all about looking for the disintermediation play, right? And then putting a different word into your thoughts right there, Dale. I think the other one, just very generally, blockchains and kind of this idea of shared trust, and it's going to reduce friction for market entry. So I think this applies to any digital revolution, I think. And if I had that $1 million idea, I'd probably be on a different panel. I don't know what the idea is going to be, but there's going to be someone who figures out how to use this technology to move faster. There is a bit of a hedge in the physical supply chain world, right? You still need to put a facility in place to build something, but to Jim's points, the additive manufacturing and 3D printing kind of have broadly reduced those barriers. So I wish I had the $1 million idea, but I think that very broadly it does reduce friction in the way that a lot of these digital disruptions have over the last couple of decades.
And Mary, I would add value. So if we create the value, we're going to create the disruption. The hardest part, when I'm working, the government's got a very mature workforce, and when I'm working with the government workforce, you've got to show them where there's value. We're going to make their job easier for them to adopt this technology, because they're used to doing whatever they're successful with today. So if you can't prove that there's value either to the corporation or all the way down to the individual, and oh, by the way, you've created a very simple UI and interface for them because you don't want to throw complexity over this, you won't be able to disrupt. But so the threats are not being able to have a very proper value statement that will then inspire somebody to stop what they're doing, because the world functions today in supply chain, right? And the last point, I'll go to Tom, intermediation. When I originally started this in 2015, I thought the whole world would be changed and everybody, all the middlemen would go away. That never happened. What really happened was we started to redefine their roles, because there's still something to do with relationships that as human beings, we still value those relationships and nurturing them. So we won't totally get rid of and totally disintermediate supply chain and get rid of freight forwarders or whatever that piece may be that we have to take out. But what we're going to do is we're going to fundamentally redefine what their role is. And really, what does that mean? It's really, we're going to fundamentally redefine where their value is. So follow the value, 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 value.
Well, with that, gentlemen, I want to say I value my relationships with you and with your companies. And so I want to thank you so much for being our lead in conversation today. I hope you're able to hang around. I hope you can interact with some of our audience members on Umbrella. They asked so many more questions that I could get to in our time allotted. So I want to say again, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Jim and Tom, great work. Thank you very much. I was proud to share the stage.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Brent.
Okay, so for our audience, we are ready for you to go answer our blockchain trivia game, and then we'll be back in a bit with our next conversation.
Does it feel like I belong? Trying to keep it alive is all side for a better confirmation. Yeah, I'm headed for the station. I can see love's real. Now you try. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel no more lies. See my dream of you all my friends by my side told me that I should find some love. I've been walking around trying to catch you with my eyes. You're the one in my heart, but I guess it's a song. An easy conversation. Getting rid of your attention. I can feel love is real. Now it's right. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel.
Well, congratulations, Grant Holdecki. You won that last trivia round. So as a reminder, everyone keep playing because Grant may not end up the winner today. So up next, I'm really excited about this conversation. We are going to take a deep dive case study from a product called DL Freight that was developed by Walmart and DLT Labs. In fact, I was so impressed with this case study and the business value that it delivered to the trading partners that I wrote a case study on it with my colleague, Professor Remco van Hoek. Now, to lead this conversation, we have one of our founding members of the Blockchain Center of Excellence, Archana Srishti. So she's in charge of blockchains for Walmart. And so Archana, I'm going to welcome you to the stage, and I'll leave it with you to introduce the speakers. And when you're ready, just call me back and we'll do our questions from the audience.
Thank you, Mary. Hello, everyone. Excited to be here with you all today. It's a fully packed day of learning, and I can't wait to hear everything else that the speakers will be presenting today. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome two of our amazing speakers to talk about how Walmart Canada and DLT Labs use blockchain technology to reimagine invoice processing. First, I want to introduce you to Alexei Shleikov. He's an agile leader, IT leader with versatile technology, change management, and business background in managing teams to generate value through collective development and implementation. He has delivered more than 30 successful transformational IT programs and projects in Walmart Canada, US, and also in Europe. Prior to joining our team and a Walmart team in Canada in 2016, Alexei worked in a number of technology services companies, ISVs, and client organizations, including SAP, British Petroleum, Oracle, and US State Department. Welcome, Alexei. Our next, thank you. I also want to introduce you to Sergey Belayev. He's a seasoned C-suite, C-level executive with deep experience leading enterprise technology and innovation. In his current role as EVP and Chief Strategy Officer for DLT Labs, he guides the global growth of an emerging leader in applying blockchain to enterprise data management. Prior to joining DLT Labs, Sergey served as CIO at Walmart Canada and held technology leadership roles at Royal Bank of Canada, Canadian Tire, and in the public sector. Over the course of more than 28 years leading change across multiple industries, Sergey has cultivated a nuanced understanding of the ways in technology innovation impacts our teams, cultures, and society. Welcome, Sergey.
Thank you. All right. Is it now over to us?
Yes.
Let me share my screen first. So Good morning, everybody. And Alex, I believe first slide is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Really excited to be here. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, the team. Just a few brief words about Walmart Canada. It's a quite large organization in its own right. So as you can see, it's really big in terms of sales. We have close to 100,000 associates, and we serve more than 1 million customers a day. In terms of the transportation services that will be focus of our case study today, we carry out transportation trips that include more than 500,000 loads per annum. We have 70 third-party carriers, and they execute probably about 75% to 80% of all the loads. And Walmart has its own fleet, which is obviously smaller. So relationships with our carriers and the ways we account for their services and our payments that are due are very critical. So that's the size and kind of the scale of Walmart in Canada. Next slide, please.
So thank you, Alexei. DLT Labs, we're a global company that develops blockchain-based enterprise platforms. Right now, like the number you see here of 225, it's an old slide. Now we have more than 400 people. And basically, we have probably the largest stable of the blockchain experts in terms of companies. So we have offices, head office in Toronto, Canada, development offices in India, several of them, an office in Japan, and then a number of partnerships globally. So very happy to be here, and thank you for spending the time with us. So let's talk about the blockchain and the project that was done for Walmart Canada. In 2017, Harvard Business Review published an article where they made a case that blockchain is not a disruptive technology, it's actually a foundational technology. And they were actually equaling it to another foundational technology and distributed technology called TCP/IP, that is known as Internet today. And the case they were making is that it took about 30 years for a foundational technology of TCP/IP to really reach to maturity. And they were asking the question of, okay, if blockchain is the next foundational technology, how long would it take? What we'd like to argue today is that now in 2021, blockchain is actually becoming mainstream, right? It's maturing as foundational technology. Why do we think so? So what does it mean to be foundational? What does it mean to be mainstream? It means that it's conventional, general, commonly accepted, normal and prevailing. So now if you look into deployments of blockchain solutions today, we have largest enterprises globally, including Fortune 1, which we're going to cover today. It definitely integrates and works effectively with legacy systems and replaces some of them. It's industry agnostic and highly secure, which is interesting because originally it started in financial services, and now we see more and more use cases where blockchain is getting effectively applied in multiple industries. Today we're going to talk about retail, and it's highly effective in terms of cost savings. You probably heard a number of presentations here today about blockchain. I just wanted to highlight the slide because for us, from the business perspective, there are very specific values that blockchain brings. One is that it provides this real-time, single shared version of truth that allows companies and participants to reduce disputes and rework. It provides tamper-proof and traceable history that definitely simplifies workflow and makes compliance easier. And it also provides tamper-proof process automation through smart contracts that accelerates and provides for error-proof execution. So those are the three kind of key values for us in an enterprise of utilizing blockchain. With that, I'd like to pass the baton over to Alexei to talk more about the success that we've seen with Walmart Canada.
Thank you, Sergey. Before going into the project details, just wanted to give you all a little bit of flavor of what the problem was and why this problem was good as a use case for blockchain technology. Just a quick description of how our transportation services work. We have those 70 carriers and they are large, medium-sized, or sometimes small companies that specialize in basically picking up trailers and taking them to destinations. And they work with Walmart using two elements of their contract. So there's always a base rate, and you can see at the bottom there's a scale that divides the facts of transportation services into known and sort of unknown parts. So the base contract for moving stuff for Walmart is basically known. It's a legal document. It is signed every year, and it defines the base pay for the transportation services. However, in order to execute those services, there are a lot of moving components into the variable part of costs. And those components, they're called accessorial charges. They depend on a number of things. Whether it's a direct route to the place that the transport needs to go, or it has to go around traffic. What are the conditions, weather conditions? What are the type of fuel they're using? Are they carrying any hazmats? Is the cargo temperature controlled? And if so, did it stay controlled over the period of transportation? And there are multiple other elements. So in total, there are about 40 variable components that get added to the base rate for transportation and eventually make up an invoice. So, and it rightfully says here, every load is being described by about 200 data elements. So you need to crunch those data elements and make sense out of them before you can generate that invoice. Very easy to fathom how it worked prior to the project that we're describing to you. It was mostly manual. A driver takes a load to a destination, and then this fact of arriving and being handled at destination, whether it's a distribution center or a store or any other location, this fact is shrouded in mystery, so to speak, unless and until somebody reports on how this trip went. And all those details, all those precious 200 data elements are existing somewhere on paper or in Excels and are communicated extremely poorly. A driver may forget when they arrived or when the unloading started and so on. The same driver may be not very diligent in reporting the trip, so it might take them a couple of weeks or a couple of days, depending on the situation, when the trip is actually finalized and be ready to be invoiced. And even then, there are multiple questions that occur. We need to check whether the accessorials that this carrier, this transportation company added to the base rate are correct. Otherwise, we are paying something not knowing what it is. So this process of triaging, hashing out involved a lot of back and forth, phone calls, emails, pushing more Excels around. It was very, very subpar and inefficient. And the business came to us with a question. They said, we want to be more effective here, and we know that there are technologies out there that can help. And that's how we got to DLT and the blockchain as a platform. Next, please. So let me fast forward to the famous before after so that you can get a flavor of how effective this project actually was. Invoicing was possible before all this reconciliation happened beforehand. As I mentioned, there were lots and lots of processing costs. After the project was done and the system implemented, it really became a real-time invoicing. We didn't have to check anything because everything was already communicated to the blockchain, to the smart contracts that guided the process of generating invoices. And essentially, when the trip was done in real world, it was ready to be invoiced. I forgot to mention in the previous slide that our trucks and our carriers trucks had GPS boxes that transmitted live positioning information on the trucks. And that helped immensely because prior to this project, that GPS flow data was not used, whether at all or not well. And here it became a part of the transaction on the blockchain. It fused with the other facts of the transportation trip, and it was thus enabling fast and immediate invoicing. Now, disputes. 70% of all our invoices were accompanied by disputes, and those disputes were led by a third party, an expensive one. It took time and money and some goodwill depletion to have those things settled. Now we are down to 1.8% of all the transactions that need to go through this exception management dispute process. Can you imagine the magnitude of change? That really is dramatic, and that really resulted in some hardcore savings of money for our transportation fleet services. Now I managed goodwill. Then the very material problem of overpaying and underpaying our carriers, as often happens from Walmart's perspective, we more often overpaid than got, then had advantage in our accounting services. Anyways, so that practically disappeared. The transparency was never there prior to this project. And the carriers were basically left guessing not only when the payment comes, because all this processing takes time and is very tedious, but also finally when I get my invoice paid, did Walmart calculated, well, do I need to double check it or triple check it? Now it's all different. It's, as it says, it's an integrated network that basically allows suppliers to track the finalization of their trips and invoice accuracy in real time. And finally, the point I already made, IoT data stream coming from those GPS boxes was not used well. Paper documents were abundant, and now this information is fully integrated on the blockchain, is available at any point of time, and allows this immediate finalization of invoices. Next, please. Now, how the project was structured. So when the SVP of our logistics organization came to the technology team and said, we have a problem, it's a bad one. I know there are technologists out there, and go and select something and let's get engaged. It was very helpful in terms of making sure that the business starts turning their wheels fast. But what happened with our partnership with DLT is really something that nobody expected. Things started to move so fast that even the most decorated veterans of technology organization were rolling their eyes, saying, "I've never seen that. How can they do things so fast?" The selection, by the way, was a pretty robust process. We had some big names, including consulting companies, technology companies, that we had to eliminate because they were not up to doing it fast and having value delivered fast as well. DLT did raise to the challenge, and they came up with a pretty aggressive scale. So in 2 months from the beginning of the project, the system was already stood up, and the pilot started to function using one carrier, the famous Canadian transportation company called Bison, already live on blockchain, handling their trips. And this lasted, as I said, for a few months. Pilot, we had it for 4 months. And in 6 months from the beginning, the decision was made by the board of Walmart Canada based on preliminary results, including ROI calculations with pretty firm committed timeline on when the money will be paid back based on this project. And in 6 months from the day one of the project, the rollout started. And it took us about 8 to 12 months to fully roll it out to all the suppliers, big, small, medium. And the technology was flexible enough to allow each, I mentioned suppliers, carriers, obviously. So each carrier, because they have all different levels of technology maturity, each carrier was able to use it at the level that they were comfortable with. Some were using APIs to connect straight into the system. The others were using web-based interfaces to interact with that. And that's how fast it went. Next, please. Now, I believe this is my last slide. What happened after the successful realization of the project, and after the 12 months, there were all kind of proven KPIs that were reported back to the board of the company saying, we invested this much and we returned that amount of money in costs saved and in being able to eliminate the third party that actually did all this triaging for Walmart. We saved on paying to carriers. Carriers are more happy because they get paid earlier and they trust the numbers they see. Based on that positive outcome, our company went on a quest actually looking for more use cases that can be served by DLT and by blockchain as a technology platform. And right now we are engaged in 7 more projects that actually spread this technology into other areas where the business results will be quite palpable and relatively fast to achieve. Sergey, anything to add to that?
Well, would like to turn it to the audience for the questions.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all to all 3 of you. Well, first of all, congratulations. So since we wrote that case study, you were at 2% need for reconciliations. I see that your number dropped even lower. And congratulations on the 7 more projects that you're working on. It sounds like we have opportunities to do some more research there. Okay, I'm going to try to just say this delicately. So, you know, Walmart is a very big, powerful company. Some of your smaller carriers, were they initially a little scared to join this solution? Did they think you would be gaining more power in this relationship? Or how did you address and bring on your smaller transportation partners? And I don't care who answers.
Well, Sergey, since you were a very close part of that process, to start.
Thank you. Yeah, very good question, Mary. So, and the truth is that even the large carriers were quite skeptical in the beginning. But what happened is that because we did not just give them a promise, we gave them something real. So by the time other carriers were engaged, there was Bison already fully operational on the system. So the results were clear and could be easily communicated. And the messaging was very simple. Mr. Carrier, would you like to get paid faster? And the question was adamant yes, and that basically made the sale, right? And then because the onboarding process was so easy, especially with kind of smaller carriers, onboarding through portal and those kinds of technologies, we were able to roll it out very fast. And Alexei mentioned this as well, because there was this dual approach that was looking for, like working with large carriers, making sure that we minimize the change management on their end, right? So quite a bit of work was done on integrating back into their ongoing systems, their TMSs, transportation management systems, ERPs, and so forth, to minimize the disruption and also allow them to maximize investments they already made in technology. With the smaller carriers, it was an absolutely opposite situation. Those companies actually were underserved from technology perspective because historically they haven't been able to afford those major investments to make their life easier using tech. And here, because we also provision an interface and set of tools for them, it was very easy for them to get onboarded and also help them with automating their businesses more effectively.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have a question here. How does your blockchain framework save geospatial data? For example, is it saved on or off chain?
Yeah, thank you. Also great question. And there was kind of evolution in this thinking. In the original deployment, we were actually saving the geospatial data right on the blockchain. And then we realized that this data is transient and there is not as much value in storing this information permanently. So today, we're not storing geospatial data on chain, but we're storing critical events on chain that are then traceable back to geospatial data, which is stored off chain.
Okay, great. Thank you. Alexei or Archana, you're probably not allowed to answer this, but the audience is very interested. Can you talk about any of the 7 other projects you're working on? What are the promising use cases? And it's perfectly acceptable if you say you're not allowed to answer the question yet.
I'm definitely not allowed.
Okay.
Can I do a famous trick of any politician who is answering the question? I'll just I direct it to a different area.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, yeah, definitely those. I can just say that those projects are all very much in touch with real business reality and solving burning problems that the business is facing day in, day out. So they're not nebulous. Art is obviously not funding any scientific research, not in Canada at any rate. What I wanted to mention though is the way of implementing this project was really uneasy. We had lots and lots of obstacles. We had bumps on the road. We had to do a lot of creative things in order to get through those obstacles. And without giving even more praise to DLT, I just wanted to make sure that I at least admit the fact that they became the true owners of the technical solution, in a sense that even Walmart internal things related to where we host the system, yes, in the cloud, but how this cloud instance will be communicating with the external world, how we go through all the mandatory hoops with security, and how we expose this service to the outside world, to carriers without compromising that security requirements. It was all very, very non-trivial. So throughout that process, my team and our architects, solution architects, and really some very smart development folks worked with DLT hand in hand. Nobody counted who is doing what. It was just the goal that was common that had to be reached. And this is something that is very, very crucial for these types of projects, especially if it's new and nobody knows how to deploy it, nobody knows how to orchestrate the service and so on. Unless your organization is agile enough, it would be hard to get this done quickly. And although Walmart and agile doesn't look very natural in the same sentence, to my amazement, I've been with Walmart for almost 6 years now. Walmart is very agile when you can prove the value, and this value can be delivered quickly.
Mary, I
very
would just
well,
add
Lexi.
that, in US also we're doing, in our Walmart US market, we're doing several other projects as well. The key thing is not just accomplishing the business use case that's in front of you, but understanding now that you have access to real-time events and data and multiple parties can see it, how does that unlock even other business processes that could be further optimized with that data? And I think that's a big reveal for everybody who's working on this project, doesn't matter which geography they're in. And I think that you reach that step of further optimizing your data after you've implemented projects in production. So I'm sure in Walmart Canada, there's further processes within how we are tracking the assets through the supply chain. Now that you have access to this real-time data for invoicing, what can you do with that data? And then on the food side, it's also understanding, if you combine your traceability data with IoT, how does that now help you with freshness of items in your supply chain? So we're not working on all of these at the same time, but I just wanted to provide some more context to the audience on how the real-time data completely changes how you execute on different business processes in our organizations.
Okay, great, thank you. And anyone can answer this next question. So far, Walmart has primarily chosen a private blockchain solutions. Can you describe your decision-making process, and can you see examples where public blockchains might be selected, and what would the decision criteria look like?
I'm sorry, we missed your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's essentially, how do you think through public versus private blockchain solutions? What is the decision-making process? How do you decide to select a permission blockchain versus a public blockchain?
I can give my answer, and then I'll pass it on to Alexei and Sergey to add their point of view as well, since they have so much experience in it, implementing blockchain projects. From my perspective, I would say it really depends on the use case in front of you. In most organizations, you work with a known party, and that is a crucial piece of conducting business and the contractual relationships that come with it. So it really depends on the use case that you're implementing. If you're setting up an open marketplace, allowing easy access to people to come and onboard easily to the blockchain network, then public blockchain may be a use case for you. But if you're conducting a closed business with a party that you already have a contractual relationship with, then you may not want to put your data on a public blockchain. And in those cases, a permission blockchain may be prime for the use case that you're implementing on. Sergey, Alexei, anything to add here?
Same arguments in our case. Nothing really to add, Archana.
I completely agree. And just to add and expand, like in my personal opinion, what we would also be seeing moving forward is that the permissioned and private blockchains would be probably converging, and public blockchains would be converging closer, and there would be some hybrid solutions. And we see some of those developments happening with Ethereum and number of level 2 solutions. So this distinction is very important today. And the reasoning is exactly what Archana has just highlighted. Moving forward in the future, probably it will be less of a deciding factor because things would be more closer together, and it will be different criteria used for underlying blockchain selection.
Well, thank you to all three of you so much. So you are also helping our curriculum, because so much in this space is just aspirational and it's coming and it's wish list, but Walmart has really already have live production systems, and there's so many lessons that we've learned from all of you about how you really come together as an ecosystem so that you deliver business and social value for all of the participants in the network. So thank you for your leadership in this space.
Thank you, Mary, for the opportunity.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, so for our audience, it's now time to go back to playing the game. So please answer our next blockchain trivia game. And then after the break, we're going to come back with Catherine Carlisle, who will be leading our next session.
Easy conversation. Better give your attention. I can feel love's leaving. Now it's right. If you're willing to just come along, we can feel no more lies. A simple dream. You've been down this road for far too long. You left your love behind, but still you keep on crawling back despite the pain inside. 'Cause all that I want is for you to be happy. Give me a chance to show that you can be. Well, open your eyes and see the way I see. 'Cause all that I want is for you to be happy with me. Your tears, they say 1,000 words. I've heard them all before. The ones who love the most, my dear, are the ones left hurting more. He broke you down with no remorse.
Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Carlisle, the Senior Managing Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence. I'd like to welcome you back to our discussions about empathy and inclusion for scaling blockchains. First, I want to congratulate Ron Piwetz for winning the last round of our Two Truths and a Lie blockchain trivia. We'll have another chance at the end of this session. But first, I want to give us a little bit of context and introduce our topic. We often talk about trust and cooperation is a vital part in our discussions for blockchain technology. One element we don't discuss as much in the importance of designing a distributed network are ideas like empathy and inclusion. Many in our audience here today are leaders within their organizations and founders of their own company or projects, and it's the duty of leadership to ensure these concepts are incorporated. So today I have two extraordinary leaders with us today, and I'd like to welcome Elizabeth Kabahe and Sandra Rowe to the stage so we can do some quick introductions. Hi, ladies. So Elizabeth Kabahe has been working in international economic and community development for over the last decade and is currently the innovations and new initiatives lead at Heifer Project International, based in Malawi. She supports scaling innovations and contributes towards accelerating Heifer's goal of helping 10 million families out of poverty and have living incomes by 2030. She focuses on program design and piloting emerging technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, and solar technologies. She was previously awarded the Fellowship of African Women in Agriculture and Research Development, and it serves on the Social Impact Committee for the Diem Association, previously Libra. Sandra is a proponent for human-centric tech. She left a career in derivatives, investment banking, and currency markets to focus on emerging technologies, particularly in financial systems, that promote sustainability, access, and resiliency. She's an early investor in and advocate of crypto and digital assets. Sandra is currently the CEO of the Global Blockchain Business Council, or the GBBC, a Swiss-based nonprofit consisting of over 270 institutional members. Sandra is an angel investor and of startups and serves as a board member, advisor, Keynote, and co-founder for startups, nonprofits, and key blockchain industry networks. Welcome today, and thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. So for my first question, I want you both to tell us more about the mission of your business and nonprofit organization and how you're working to achieve that mission, and then where do blockchains fit in all of this? Elizabeth, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, hello everyone. It's a great opportunity to be here. Heifer Project International's mission is to end poverty and hunger around the globe while caring for the earth and its resources. In alignment with the SDGs, our 2030 agenda is to support 10 million families get to a living income. And so for this, we are one of the strategies that we embarked on is a strategy which we call Accelerate, which also includes the deployment of technology, because we realize that technology is needed to help us accelerate the speed at which we address some of the bottlenecks that the communities that we're working with, especially the farmers, are facing. And so that's where blockchain and the other different technologies come in. We're also interested in bridging the digital divide, because we realize that we're in a global world and that the farmers basically have to compete with a global market.
And from a GBBC standpoint, it is a Swiss nonprofit focusing on education, advocacy, and partnership with respect to blockchain technologies and also ancillary technologies that touch upon blockchain. But one thing is clear from our perspective is we're at a very unique period of human history where the digital economy and those who are digital, that entire world is accelerating and in some ways bifurcating against and away from the real world. And for us, that is a huge point of not only concern, but also opportunity. How do we as leaders around the world, entrepreneurs around the world, gather together and make sure that we design paradigms and institutions and technologies like blockchain that will enable us to collaborate, to be able to share the wealth and opportunities. We absolutely believe that blockchain offers a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity in the making. But we also want to make sure that we are conscious about our impact to society and communities around the world, and making sure that we offer up as many opportunities for those who may not easily gain access, as well as the education and the collaboration that is needed for this technology to really work and scale.
Excellent. Well, I think a very important way for us to get started is to define empathy. And I'd like to know from both of you as well, how does your organization think about empathy? What does it look like in your context? And maybe what does that not look like in your context?
For Heifer, empathy is embedded in our approach. We use an approach that's called values-based holistic community development approach. And this provides a framework for holistic community development. Basically, we want to build on the strengths and the values that are innate in any culture and society. And as we embark on our work, we realize that not all communities are the same. And we want to start the development process based on the values and the strengths, and also our planning process is based on the hopes that the communities they themselves have. And so this helps us to enable that we are developing our initiatives and our programs with the perspective of our participants.
And similarly, Heifer International, we're very grateful as an observing member of GBBC, and we work with NGOs, public sector government agencies, as well as some of the largest corporates in the world to make sure that we embed, as very much Elizabeth said, the ideals and values of caring for society and those around us, while we're also generating revenues and building businesses. Two are not mutually exclusive. And frankly, in this new world and opportunity that we have to build different frameworks in a digital economy, we absolutely need to make sure, and we work with many, many different groups around the world to collaborate, to figure out what that means at the local level. Because just because a framework works in one country or one village or one community does not necessarily mean that it translates into other places. And so we're very mindful when we think about empathy and building out technologies. What problem are we solving? Who is actually going to benefit from whatever it is that we are doing? And how do we make sure that people are not left behind, especially when the digital divide could worsen if we're not mindful of that? And so these are the things that we think about and very much embedded in the culture of our organization.
Thank you, Sandra. And I'm very glad you brought up
cultural considerations. And so my next question is for Elizabeth. I've had the opportunity while preparing for this talk to read a little bit about the potential issues with smart contracts in African cultures who value empathy maybe more than some Western countries when it comes to contract renegotiations. And that there could be some potential issues that arise with creating contractual bottlenecks if those smart contracts aren't permanently programmed like we would learn about them here in the West. And so has Heifer International experienced any similar cultural challenges with your work in building a DAO, a Heifer DAO, and within any of your other projects exploring smart contract technology? And can you tell us more about those challenges?
So that's correct, as you're putting it. In the process of us building a DAO, we are building a governance system that's going to be a digital twin of a cooperative, and that's going to help address some of the bottlenecks so that we have cooperatives that are vibrant, that are functional, and that support the farmers to achieve our goal and their goal as well, get out of poverty and get to a living wage. So a cooperative is one of the key structures that we work with. This is a grouping of the farmers, which is usually a formally recognized structure, and it's a structure that has a leadership system and that makes decisions that are for the benefit of the members. It's designed to be a democratic organization where the members provide their input in the material decisions that are happening in the cooperative. And so the work that we're doing with the DAO is to build a digital twin that is going to facilitate this process, but also to ensure that the members are motivated to get involved, but that the leadership is also involving their members in the material decisions that are happening. And so to get this involvement and to deal with the issue where leadership is seen as more authoritative than a participatory process, we are providing tokens that will provide a reward for the leadership for involving their members, but also for the members in getting involved in the processes. And that this should also be reflected when the cooperative is able to make more profits, and because of the participation that has been there from the members and the involvement that the leadership has undertaken in material decisions. So this is an example of where we need to take the cultural perspective into context as we are developing our blockchain solutions, and also with other solutions.
Wow, really exciting things happening at Heifer. Sandra, my next question is for you. The Global Blockchain Business Council is a global goals partner with the United Nations. I understand that you've met recently to discuss numerous projects and initiatives going on at corporate, nonprofit, and academic levels. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you learned from these recent talks, or some important takeaways that our audience can learn from?
Absolutely. But if you don't mind, I'm going to piggyback off of what Elizabeth just said about local, adaptation of technology and frameworks. We had a GBBC UNGA hackathon a couple years ago in collaboration with the World Food Program, where a startup won a project that was to digitize a cooperative farming group in Peru. And what was really interesting that came out of that, which is, by the way, unexpected, is not to just create a digitized version of helping the farmers get pricing and identification. What actually came out of it that was amazing is the identification process typically identified only the male farmer. So only one registrant actually had a space in their registration in the analog world. But because we had started moving it into the digital world, we actually included pretty much the entire family, but more particularly the wife. And that was important from a signaling perspective. Number one, identifying that actually it's usually entire family that works on a farm. And number two, giving the rights to the woman and identifying the woman's name was actually maybe not legal yet, but significant because in this digital cooperative, she now had alongside her husband the same sort of status and recognition. And to me, these are small changes, but they're actually quite significant when you think about what the consequences of that could be in terms of what else she will be able to do when she's recognized as a rightful owner of land and also as a farmer. So that was one. And I think we're seeing these kinds of interesting micro use cases all over the world. And so leading into your question, Catherine, answering that, from our recent UNGA gathering in New York, and just many of you are aware, if you're interested, the recordings are available on our YouTube channel. And we had one virtual day on the 16th of September, and we had an in-person live stream on the 17th of September. We covered the SDGs across all 17, and the topics range from healthcare to supply chain to financial inclusion and the environment. And as you can imagine, there are so many different companies working to solve different aspects of the SDG that matters most to them. And there are two takeaways that I have. One, many of us missed each other. It's been 2 years since many people had actually seen each other. And so the human contact, the human spirit, very much needs that contact and in person when it can be done. So that was one, and the energy that comes with that. Number two is the groundswell of activity around the world. We've only scratched the surface and really understanding how much activity with respect to blockchain and tokenization and different experiments that are going on. And at some point, and we're beginning to see that in certain industries, there is a tipping point where that is scaled and it is scalable. And I think we're getting there in certain aspects, but there's still a lot of experimentation being done, pretty much, I would argue, maybe in every corner of the world at this point.
Wow. I completely agree with you on those things. And it sounds simple, but the ability for a tech developer to put themselves in the shoes of their user just can do wonders for accessibility for their users. So, Sandra, I once heard you say that blockchain requires collaboration and opens the door for unity. How can technology like blockchain remove friction for individuals and businesses to increase positive social impact?
So I got into the space 10 years ago from a more crypto trading banking angle and have now evolved to seeing all the other use cases that are out there. And the thing that just keeps me in awe about blockchain technology is that it actually encourages and enables collaboration of stakeholders, different groups of people that may not talk to each other normally. Whether it's an NGO or a government agency talking to a large enterprise or a startup, the mass collaboration across borders is something that I find truly remarkable to this day. The potential of utilizing, if you've got internet access and your phone, to be able to transmit data, to transmit value, to be able to communicate is something that I think the infrastructure is leveraging in a way that we've just not seen before. And so when I think about how this is going to evolve, I really do want to make sure that we're all very cognizant as we're building what that means to other communities, other collaborators, and that we're always mindful of that. And I think that has a lot to do with empathy and building mindfulness into the technologies that we are constructing today, and making sure that the governance comes with that and the data privacy comes with that. There's a host of other topics, obviously.
Yes. And if we've been looking at blockchains for a while, you've probably heard the word financial inclusion. And so my next question for Elizabeth is around Heifer International working with the DM Association to promote financial inclusion. And I'd like to know, what does financial inclusion actually mean? And what does a world with accessibility to financial services look like?
So we can consider financial inclusion as when all people have access to financial services that are appropriate for their context, that are affordable, but that are also available in a timely manner. And one other aspect that we look at it from, especially at HEFA, is the income aspect, because data shows that the majority of the unbanked also report a lack of income. So they lack the income for them to engage in those financial services. And so we at HEFA tackle the problem from both angles, the angle of ensuring that the products are there that are appropriate, but then also that we support the communities that we work with for them to have the income to engage in the financial services. And so the ideal financial service would be the one that's affordable and relevant for the context. I'll give an example, like financing for a farming production activity. Some production activities like cocoa would take about 5 years for it to start, for you to start getting some income from that investment, and an investment that's appropriate for that, but then that is also affordable. And that's one of the things that we also want to address. We want to give visibility for farmers so that the perception that smallholder farmers are risky can be addressed, and that's something that blockchain can support in providing that visibility for the farmers. And our involvement in DM Association is to help in providing accessible financing, considering the opportunities that blockchain presents for reducing transaction costs and therefore making financial services more affordable for the communities, but then also addressing some of the issues that inhibit the communities that we work with from accessing financial services, such as issues of identity, which blockchain solutions can also address.
Yeah, thank you. For my last question, I want to bring it all together and ask, why are empathy and inclusion important factors for scaling a blockchain-based business or application? And maybe what are some practical tools or strategies for leaders to know about this? Sandra, do you want to kick us off on the last one?
Sure. So in the old days of building financial products or building technology products, software, you build it and they will come. That pretty much worked for most cases. It does not work for blockchain. It's community-based. It requires creating a community, whether you're launching a bunch of nodes to build out a layer 1 blockchain protocol, or whether you're a layer 2 solution that is aggregating lots of different blockchains together, or you're at the application level and you've got services that you're offering. I don't think it matters. The entire stack requires collaboration in a blockchain world. And it's largely at one level, a utility and communal, which I think is fantastic because it should be zero cost, low cost at that infrastructure level, so that the barriers of entry for anyone to be able to build on top of it should exist. And then at the application level, there could be a ton of businesses that can compete for services and the attention of whatever retail or institutional, whoever your target customer base is, at that level. So in many ways, to me, the collaboration point is a built-in feature. I think the way we design it is important from a governance standpoint, meaning, do we give everyone a voice on how something is governed, or do we have a concentration of decision-making happening from small groups of people? And I think that's where a lot of the question marks remain about how democratized, how fair, and how these protocols will run.
To add on that, it is also important that as the systems and the solutions are evolving, they also take into account the context for the majority of the world's population, so that they can have access to these solutions. And I think that that's where the issue of empathy and inclusion also come in. That are we building solutions that are accessible to, for instance, smallholder farmers? And that's one of the areas that we have been focusing on. And as Sandra has has been putting it, we realize that it takes an ecosystem for these solutions to scale, and for an ecosystem to develop, it needs collaboration from the different stakeholders, and so that's something that we are working on, and that's why we're also participating in the different forums where the different technologies, including blockchain, are evolving, to ensure that we work together to develop an ecosystem that can support the communities that we're working with. And at HEFA, we're also looking at developing a global agricultural information system, because we have seen that it's important for the farmers and the cooperatives to be digitally ready for them to access solutions like blockchain. And so we want to support them with access to that. And sometimes issues like a license can be inhibiting for a cooperative to afford a license. But if we get one license and have it accessible to a number of cooperatives, that just addresses that issue of cost by splitting that cost among a number of cooperatives. So I agree that collaboration is key in terms of scaling and also inclusion.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Sandra, I'm going to actually ask you to expand a little bit more with your previous response. I'd love to hear more about your global standards mapping initiative and where that tool is, and maybe your target audience and how global standards, and Elizabeth, if you have anything to add, please jump in, but how global standards can increase dialogue between regulators and government.
So 2 years ago, a group within the GBBC and predominantly the board raised the topic of the fact that so much activity was happening around the world, but yet did any one organization have any kind of handle on, from a policy, reg, legal, technical standpoint, where we were? What is the state of blockchain and digital assets? And that's the question we started with. And we went to the World Economic Forum and partnered with a group there, as well as a number of other partners, and it created GSMI 1.0, which was launched last year. And what did we do? We simply took stock of what is going on around the world. And so we classified 185 jurisdictions and any legal regulatory work that had been done at the government level, and including central banks. We then mapped 34 technical standards and evaluated those. Then we also took stock of the nearly 400 blockchain consortia we could find listed around the world. That was the initial step, just map everything into one place and offer that as free access, open access to anyone who wants to take a look at it. We have had outreach from governments. We have had outreach from academic institutions. Some have even incorporated GSMI as a tool and a link into their actual blockchain course. It's proliferating. We just ask, obviously, that people think to contribute if they can. This is an ultimate crowd-sourced initiative. We have GSMI 2.0, which will be released in mid-November, so please look out for it. But if you go to the website now, the interactive map and the jurisdictions have been largely updated with the latest information. Obviously, certain countries move a little bit faster than others with respect to crypto and blockchain legislation, but we've tried to keep up to date as much as we can. And we have now over 100 global institutions and over 200 individuals who are volunteering, and I underscore volunteering, their time and effort to help us crowdsource this for the betterment of and availability to anyone and everyone. Where we need to go next is making it multilingual. We did translate it into a few Asian languages last year, but we definitely need to translate into more languages. And every year we do a little bit more, make the search functionality a little bit better. We're not quite there yet. It really started as a bootstrapped project, and now it's really grown. And so we are open access and welcome anyone who'd like to contribute in a meaningful way, because this is a living document, living website for those who are interested in learning more about where we are as a collective. Because common language matters. common standards at a certain level matter. And we need to get there in order for us to be able to interact in a manner that is scalable and productive.
Yes. Well, thank you both for your insights today. How can our audience learn more about what you're working on or follow your journey as we leave here today?
I'll simply say follow me on Twitter if you do Twitter, SRO London, and GBBC's handle, as well as our website, gbbccouncil.org. Thank you.
They can also find more on our work on our website, so HEFA's website, and also on our pages on LinkedIn as well.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great day. We appreciate you being here.
And appreciate the University of Arkansas team.
All right. So next, we are going to come back after a quick break with economics of tokenization. But first, we want you to play this next round of Two Truths and a Lie blockchain trivia, and we'll be back in a bit. Thanks.
I really enjoyed that last conversation. As a little side story, in 2017, I was visiting scholar at MIT, and the very first Blockchain for Business conference that I ever knew convened happened at MIT, and the keynote speaker was Sandra Oh. So I'm so excited that 4 years later to see her continuing journey and that she gave of her time to us today at the University of Arkansas. So thank you again. All right, now who won the last round? You didn't put your last name, so all I can say is David won the last trivia round. So if you want to get credit, make sure you put enough identifying information, because remember, the winners are going to win cash prizes and NFTs. Okay, up next, we are going to have another great conversation on tokenization and the economics of tokenization. So if you think of Bitcoin, Bitcoin is really a peer-to-peer payment platform using fungible tokens, and it was just the start. And we're really seeing that NFTs and tokenization are going to open up all kinds of new business models and opportunities. In fact, the Blockchain Center of Excellence just published our most recent white paper. I'm going to read you the title: The Emergence of Web 3.0, Tokenization and the Internet of Value. And the lead author on that paper is Chen Zhu from EY, who is on this upcoming panel. So you know that you're in good stead. Now, to moderate the panel is our own Professor Carol Goforth. Carol, I know you know I love to brag about your book. So Professor Goforth wrote this book, Regulation of Crypto Transactions. I recommend it so much that it keeps selling out on Amazon. And Carol, I looked yesterday, and I just want you to know there was one copy left, and after this shout out, they're going to be sold out again.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction.
Okay.
And I'm thrilled to be part of this panel. In fact, I'm thrilled to be moderating with three renowned experts on the topic of tokenization. I have with us today Chen Zhu, who has a CPA, an MBA, and is a principal in the EY Technology Consulting Services Group. He leads blockchain service, working together with clients and industry leaders on both the development and adoption of innovative blockchain-based services solutions. He has worked with a number of different industries, ranging from consumer products to pharmaceuticals, chemicals, insurance, defense, high tech, and others. I am also joined by Rich Mazzaros, who is the managing director and blockchain and multi-party systems North American lead at Accenture. He brings more than 20 years of industry experience in building and growing digital businesses for global brands, and is a forerunner in innovative products, leveraging the Internet of Things, digital payments, tokenized assets, and he focuses on designing, enabling, and optimizing new models of commerce. Finally, we have with us York Rhodes III, who is currently working at Microsoft. He partners with corporate strategy around blockchain, looking at various levers to help mature and accelerate this exciting industry. He's worked in industry also for more than 20 years in software across large enterprises, not only Microsoft, but also IBM, and startups in wireless, mobile, digital marketing, and e-commerce. And with that, I'd sort of like to kick things off with a relatively general question that I'm going to throw out to everyone. I was going to do everything alphabetically. I figured that would be unfair to Chen with his last name. So I'll do it alphabetically by first names. So blockchain technology is really evolving at an incredible pace. We're seeing not only increased tokenization, but different kinds of tokens, widespread adoption of tokens. I'm really interested in hearing your insights, your impressions about how technology in this area is affecting industry today. Chen, what would you say to that?
Wait, went off mute. Thank you for this lovely introduction. I would say that we are seeing I would split to short term, my answer to short term and long term, right? Long term is easy. I'm of the school of anything that can be tokenized will be tokenized. That's the long term aspect. Short term aspect, which are the industries that we are currently seeing tokenizing things. So I would call out 4 industries. First and foremost, financial services. In financial services, we're seeing securities being tokenized, already production grade. We're seeing 2 types of activities. One, less interesting in my eyes, tokenization on private blockchains, but much more interesting tokenization of, for example, bonds on public blockchains. I think that we'll see much more of that, and we'll see a lot of this traditional way that securities are traded migrate to blockchain-based platforms, public platforms at that. Of course, this will come hand in hand with regulation. It can't happen without regulation, but we're seeing the US regulator going in that direction already. We're seeing another thing in financial services that is huge in my eyes. We're seeing dollars themselves being tokenized. So stablecoin, a huge piece of all of that. That's one industry. Another industry that we're seeing tokenizing things, and a lot of them is food, or I would group it together, food and pharma, and where provenance of products is really important. We're seeing 2 examples that we are literally doing these days. One is wine, and the other wine, mozzarella, cheese, etc. In the food area and in pharmaceuticals. Blood plasma that we are tokenizing and tracking across the ecosystem. The last, I will stop here because I want to keep my answer short. We're seeing tokenization in fascinating in my eyes, the gaming industry. So we're seeing the first, and I think it's just the beginning, the first items that on top of games being tokenized and being made unique and being made tradable and valuable. There's many more, but let me pause here. I'm sure my colleagues have a lot to add as well.
Thank you. Rich, how about you? Any insights into the widespread adoption of tokenization?
Absolutely. Thanks. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I would definitely agree with Jen that financial services is incredibly active right now, and across really a widespread number of different types of capabilities. Obviously, stable coins, digital currencies, even exploring central bank digital currencies, not just in North America, but globally around the world as well. And I think the other aspect is I would also talk about is digital assets, and absolutely around issuance of securities, custody of digital assets is also a key area that we see quite a lot of activity as well. Kind of moving out of financial services, I would also say that seeing from a functional perspective, still seeing a lot of activity in the supply chain space. And in that supply chain space is really focused on provenance and being able to help drive efficiency in supply chain operations across that entire supply chain, whether it be invoice reconciliation, whether it be logistics management and being able to drive efficiency there, and then increasingly also being able to understand kind of sustainability at a supply chain level and understanding the overall impact that my supply chain has from that perspective as well. And then the third industry I would call out also is energy. I mean, we all understand that energy is going through a significant transition right now with renewable energy, and from that perspective, seeing a lot of collaboration across industry partners coming together to really be able to start redefine what their future might look like, work together to be able to drive new processes or transform existing processes, leveraging blockchain and other emerging technologies.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over now to our evil empire survivor, York Rhodes III. What do you have to add to that?
That's only because I've survived a couple of evil empires. Yes, York Rhodes, just by way of context, I co-founded our blockchain work at Microsoft in 2015. So I've been stewarding the company's efforts in this area ever since. Recently, in the last couple of years, had a wonderful opportunity to work with both Rich at Accenture and Shen at EY. They're both great partners of Microsoft. And we have essentially our two production tokenization projects, if you want to call them that. Both happen to be in private blockchain, which is where a lot of enterprises start, right? They start their journey there to get familiar with the technology, understanding tokenization, understanding asset transfer. And so these projects represent what I would say sort of building on what Chan and Rich said around tokenization of everything. It's also, you want to think about tokenization of things as financialization of assets. And so if you look at the example in the Xbox royalties project, that essentially is financialization using tokenization of a royalty asset. The same thing in the supply chain work in our cloud supply chain, where we actually won a Gartner Award for blockchain in supply chain this year for the work that we're doing in collaboration with the Accenture team. That's a pretty remarkable milestone on an innovation path. But that work represents tokenization of commodities inventory assets that exist in the world of a very constrained supplier market with, as we've seen, very, very high demand, and disruptions to that demand have very significant impact, not just in the high-tech industry, but also in automotive and every other industry, including pharmaceutical, that leverages these types of chips to make our lives better, right? And so it's a fascinating journey. Having been down this rabbit hole since 2015, the things that we're seeing in 2021 are really the crossing the chasm moment, and NFTs clearly are the thing that has helped push that over the chasm.
Everything you said certainly resonates with me. Chen, I wanted to touch on something you said, and that is that long-term, we are probably looking at tokenization of everything. What is it that is so beneficial about tokenization that leads you to that conclusion?
I think that we're seeing the first emergence of that in DeFi today, but DeFi will, and I'll say two sentences about DeFi in a second. DeFi will expand to many, many other services that today use third parties in order to ensure and to prevent the double spend of value and to ensure the exchange of value between two parties. This type of service is being disrupted today in the financial world by DeFi, but will be disrupted all across supply chain in the future. And the efficiency gained from, let's take the easiest example in that matter. If I'm to travel tomorrow morning to Europe, I need to exchange my dollars to euros. The way I do it today is I have no way to do it other than to use third parties like a bank, a credit card company, or an exchange service in order to exchange my dollars to euros. In a blockchain tokenized world where dollars are tokens, I interact with a vending machine such as Uniswap in order to exchange my dollars for euros in a dramatically more efficient way. I think that this efficiency that removes a lot of friction today, mainly in the financial services world, but in the future also in the supply chain world and the gaming world and all the examples that my colleagues gave, all true, and I'm like, I should have said that as well, right? But good that I didn't, right? This friction, tokenization removes this friction. And we're seeing it already in the financial world. We'll see it all across, and that is what will drive tokenization of everything.
Fair enough. Rich, you had mentioned the global aspect of this, and if you've looked at this at all, China is considerably ahead of the US, for example, on its development of a central bank digital currency. It's gone through multiple beta tests. It's got additional ones planned. We are still investigating, as far as I can tell, whether we ought to have one. Are we in a good place, or are we so far behind that in terms of a global financial revolution with tokenization of the dollar, tokenization of financial instruments, that we ought to be concerned?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard to sit here and say that we should move faster. But you know, I think there are some interesting developments within North America. One of the areas that Accenture has is absolutely helping to drive the digital dollar within the United States is that we are a founding member of the Digital Dollar Project, which is a partnership between Accenture and the Digital Dollar Foundation. And really, this was created last year with the objective of designing, you know, researching and determining the elements of a U.S. central bank digital currency. So, you know, what are the advantages of this type of a tokenized money, and really looking at it as a new form of money that stands alongside, you know, physical notes as well as electronic money as it does today, leveraging much of the financial infrastructure as it exists today. And so one of the key areas within the Digital Dollar Project today is that the focus is on identifying and launching 5 pilot programs over the next 12 months to measure the value and understand the requirements for a future design of a U.S. central bank digital currency.
Great. And York, I wanted to follow up on your comment about NFTs. The first really, you know, one that everybody kind of heard about was CryptoKitties, which came out in November of 2017. 1 month later, the headlines were CryptoKitties NFT breaks Ethereum because it by itself, as this new game, was accounting for about 10% of the trading volume. Now that we have, you know, Dapper Labs and NFTs with NBA Top Shots, you are seeing this what you've called a tipping point in a recent Medium post that you did on NFTs. You talk about this real push away from just the starting folks into widespread adoption. You look at the gas prices and the transaction prices that we are now seeing on Ethereum, and it's almost like the small guy is being priced out of the market. How do we resolve this need for increased access for the small guy, and the increased demand that we are seeing that really, I think, is outpacing what's available right now?
So great point. What we're seeing is as Ethereum migrates to their proof of stake protocol, they are getting off of, you know, the high carbon burn proof of work protocol, which is a positive thing. This migration also actually brings with it scale. And it also brings, if you look at the Ethereum ecosystem more broadly, there are probably about 10 different viable layer 2 approaches. If you go back to, you know, sort of the parallels of the e-commerce, which I talk about in that Medium post, e-commerce was not built on TCP/IP, right? E-commerce was built on a 7-layer stack to provide scale across every aspect of a constraint of a pipe on e-commerce marketplaces. NFTs represent e-commerce marketplaces, right? NFTs are digital assets which show up in e-commerce marketplaces at volume, at scale, right? And so things like OpenSea, which is obviously one of the largest open source NFT marketplaces, which is running on Ethereum, and others, and sidechains like Polygon and other approaches. They're you know, not to name drop, but there are viable approaches that are layered approaches to scalability on Ethereum. One of the interesting things that's also happening in the market is the adoption of the EVM as an interesting asset, whether or not the other layer 1 chain, whatever it is, trying to compete in the environment is actually running Ethereum at the base. But effectively running an EVM means you built an Ethereum compatible interface. And that goes to the other point that I want to make here is that the size of developer ecosystem matched up with consumer demand that we're seeing in the NFT space is what defines the future standard of the internet. It is what defined the future standard of the internet in the past, right? We've seen this story before. And so when you match consumer demand with available developer capacity, that is what drives the Web3 stack.
Fair enough.
I have to concur fully with York, right? The scale, what we are seeing in the market is layer twos, the different layer twos will eventually answer and specialize in specific use cases that they do best. And the solution for scale and price will be a full stack and not just the Ethereum as a base layer, 100%.
Yeah, by the way, just one other data point. I think, we talk about this idea that people are priced out of the market because of gas. Clearly that's a problem, right? Everyone recognizes that gas is a problem. It's one of the real reasons why EIP 1559 was developed in the first place. It's an example of like the ever expanding demand. Every time that you expand capacity, it gets consumed by consumer demand. That's exactly what happened with EIP 1559. But a great example where you can look at the little guy, right, is the Axie Infinity game platform, right? It's a blockchain first game platform. More important than that, it has 24% of their users unbanked. So they have unintentionally, through gaming in a model called play to earn, created a solution that solves a huge humanitarian problem that exists around the world. I don't know how much better of a little guy you can actually help than doing that. And that's built on Ethereum.
A really good point. One of the things I wanted to, York, I'm going to follow up and then sort of go back through the group. You talked about this switch from proof of work to proof of stake, which Ethereum is in the middle of, as a solution to the carbon heavy footprint. We still see, in terms of market capitalization, Bitcoin being the dominant player. It certainly makes the headlines. It's still being used to drive the cryptos for criminals because you're seeing ransom payments in Bitcoin. And it is responsible for an incredible carbon footprint. It has an incredible issue around the environmental impact. Do you see a solution to that? Do you see anything happening that is going to resolve that particular problem?
So I think it's a great question. Not playing too much into the hands of the anti-Bitcoin maximalist. However, the Bitcoin community is what I would call a very hardened community, and hardened in a belief that they believe that a version 1 product is the only valuable product in the market. And so I actually don't see a future in which Bitcoin, which now has already mined 18.5 million of their 21 million coins, actually moving off of the proof of work protocol. So the focus there has to be, how do you enforce greening the energy of a decentralized network? And that work is going on. There are foundations and a number of large organizations focused on that. But it's, and by the way, they would also argue that there is no other more secure protocol than proof of work. I think the market will actually answer that question. Most of the projects going forward are actually doing proof of stake.
Yeah. So Rich, let me return back to you. And again, I want to talk a little bit about the US sort of as part of a world player. In terms of having the US with a relatively heavy-handed regulatory approach, to what extent are we concerned that all of this potential benefit. And we've got unbanked tier 2. We have all of these problems of lack of security and lack of transparency, and the need for supply chain tracing, and the need to diminish the costs of always having to have an intermediary in financial transactions. To what extent is our regulatory approach pushing individuals, applications, businesses, platforms elsewhere? And what should we do about that?
Yeah, I certainly agree with the premise of your question, which is that, kind of the unknown regulatory environment that we have right now around these types of assets, either because there just isn't regulations that accommodate them today, or existing regulations never contemplated this type of asset class or asset classes, is challenging, because it does provide a lack of clarity as to if I pursue this, if I make an investment in this area, will at some point in the future, will I have to change because the regulatory environment will be better defined. And obviously, as you see, regulatory bodies, taking actions on token offerings, that's where you can see some of that, maybe that hesitation in the market. So I agree that defining that regulatory environment is a critical component.
Do you have a suggestion as to which direction our regulatory approach ought to move from here? I'm
trying to figure out how to answer that question. I'm not a regulator, so I don't know how they would, specifically, what some of the regulations that might be needed are. But I think, I do think and hopefully we'll see some clarity as it relates to some of the financial services use cases, because ultimately I see one of the key values of that is that it helps not only the financial services industries, but it can have a material impact on almost every industry, either because of the enhancements it can make to payments, or the reduction in the risk associated with different types of transactions, the ability, to tokenize, various assets within those industries. And so my hope is that there's some clarity there sooner, because I think that will help drive the innovation that the market is really seeking.
Fair enough.
I think that I can give a direction there that we're seeing, expecting. I think that the regulation will do two things in the near future. First of all, enforce KYC, know your client, and anti-money laundering regulation on top of the crypto market. And I think I see this as a must for mass adoption. The pseudo-anonymous aspect of the blockchain is great for some aspects, but is not great for mass adoption in my eyes. So we will definitely see the regulator go into that direction. The second thing that we'll see the regulator do is especially around stablecoin, enforce more regulation around the backup needed and reserves needed in real commodities, in real assets, in real dollars, for something to be considered a stablecoin. And we will see both these things in the near future.
It strikes me that both of the two examples you've used have very large public scandals about blockchain. The Silk Road and money laundering and ransomware. I mean, we've got that. That's why we need AML. And stable coins, I'm going to pick on Tether, which had to be forced by a New York State Attorney General action to release its information on how it really backed up its reserves. And it turns out that only 2.7% is cash, and a lot of it is undifferentiated commercial paper, or it's holding reserves of its own Tether to back up the Tether. Is your feel that that's the kind of regulation we're going to see, an indication that you think our regulators are always going to be so incredibly reactive to scandals? Or is there something else that makes those two things really important?
That's a great question, and the answer is no. It's not because the way I see the regulator, it's not because they are reacting to scandal. It's because it's the two largest issues, right? And that's why we see regulation, not because it's reaction. It's two real problems that need to be solved.
Okay.
And we're talking about blockchain experts, right? If you look at Ginsler, he's a blockchain expert. He understands, and that's right. So that's why I believe it will go that direction.
This is a moment in time, right? A moment in time issue. There is no regulation, right? So all that our government can do is react, right?
Yeah.
So there are lots of approaches to this. I would say, like, probably one of the best models that's been sort of a regulatory sandbox model is the Monetary Authority of Singapore, where for the last 5 years approximately, they've actually been doing sandbox tests, and they've been doing evolutionary sandbox tests to go further and further and further. And so, like, if you want to point to a model, it's a phenomenal model to support it. I think the other point here is that you can see different types of statements and regulation around the world that ebbs and flows. I think what is happening is two things. One is education, right? As people get more educated, they realize what's going on here, both positive and negative, right? And you mentioned two examples, two negative examples. One being one of the larger stablecoin environments that wasn't transparent, right? Like, counter to the belief of this community, was not transparent, right? And so most people in the community were also concerned about that particular issue. The other example you used is tracing money laundering or ransomware, right? And it's already been proven by the FBI that Bitcoin is a great place to trace ransomware, right? And they actually did that, right, in the pipeline hack, right? And so we have the counterexamples that say this technology is actually not bad, and it's not doing things that are worse than what's already happening on the internet, right? And in fact, it's better that you can trace the transactions on Bitcoin, as an example. The other data point that I think is really important to look at is what's going on in the fintech startup world is now dominated by DeFi, right? And if you looked a couple of years ago, that was not the case. If you looked 10 years ago, it was clearly not the case, right? And the recognition that is happening and the money raises that you see in the space is a recognition that there is no going back, right? So figuring out how to go forward is what we all have to do.
Carol,
I love it.
If I
And
could,
Rich, yes.
I wanted to add a comment there, and it's related to something that York said, is the whole notion of blockchain analysis to be able to understand the activity that is happening. That have certainly seen a significant growth in that area of the marketplace in the last 12 months. And I think it's an important development so that we can make sure that we do understand the types of transactions that are being done, that we can be able to track these types of transactions, and law enforcement can use it to be able to identify where suspect activity is there. And so I did want to call that out, because I think that is, as the adoption of these digital assets becomes more mainstream and we see more use cases emerge, the ability to have some of these fundamental capabilities like the analytics to be able to understand the provenance of these transactions and the transaction history is absolutely critical. Not just from a regulatory perspective, but it just makes good business sense to understand what's happening with these transactions.
And just that point, sort of winding back to tokenization, right? Like, the reason we're using tokenization in supply chain and Xbox royalties is for that traceability, right? So this is, as Chen said earlier in the conversation, like, literally everything that can be tokenized, specifically when you want to get provenance and traceability, it will be.
My understanding is that some of the major exchanges are now engaging in off-chain transactions. So when you have an account with them, you can say buy or sell. And what the business model is that on its own records, it shows that it's now credited to your account, but it isn't happening on chain. Do you think that that poses additional regulatory compliance issues or problems, or less?
I mean, counterpoint to that is like, isn't that what Venmo does?
Yes.
Right.
Is
So,
Venmo
so
regulated?
it's a step in the right direction. It's you know, we spoke about DeFi. It's CeFi over a blockchain, and Coinbase is a great example of that. If you look at the unbelievable exchange with the regulator over Twitter that Coinbase has, you know, we get first-hand visibility to the exchange to the discussion between the regulator and Coinbase. Coinbase are looking to be regulated, and this is a part of it. If you compare the transparency that Coinbase has with, as York said, the regular banks, it's not different, and it's a step in the right direction. And as a consumer, you will be able to choose a centralized financial provider like Coinbase, even like Bank of New York, that is going in the same direction, with the benefits of trust, with the benefits of providing staking services and paying interest over your holdings, or going the decentralized exchange route where there's no one in the middle, but then you need to be more tech savvy, you need to take more risk on yourself. Eventually, the middleman function will diminish, and these exchanges like Coinbase, if they want to survive, they would step away from just being the centralized entity to really providing value-added services on top of that. And I don't see that as a bad thing.
Sort of a follow-up to that, the problem that Coinbase recently had with the regulator was over a planned Coinbase Lend, which was where they were going to pay essentially interest on amounts of crypto that were deposited with Coinbase. And the SEC, which does not regulate banking accounts, came in and said, those are securities. We're not going to tell you why they're securities. Those are securities. And Coinbase said, look, we've been trying to work with you. And they made all of those exchanges public. And the eventual result of that was Coinbase said, it's too expensive or too difficult or too uncertain for us to move forward. And they yanked this product. They said they're not going to go forward with it. When you have that kind of dynamic, how do you still maintain that we're going to get to see all of these same products in the DeFi and the tokenized space that we have in the very highly regulated banking financial industry space?
By listening to the regulator, right? These are growing pains, and the entire exchange, the way I read it, is the regulator saying, give us more time. What they are also saying is, we don't intend to stop this. Regulation takes time, and this is moving very quickly. I see this as a delay, not as anything that would stop the inevitability that is a part of this.
Yeah, just two quick data points on that. And I see Mary's back waiting for us. Good to see you, Mary. If you look in what's happened in like alternate payment regulation around the world, the classic example that enabled M-Pesa to scale up in the early days of transferring money by text. And what's going on in some of the states like Wyoming, right? That's been just really on the forefront. I think to Chen's point, like it's an evolution, right? And there are patterns of simplified regulation that can apply, but we have to get the right education and conversations going on to have those apply.
Rich, anything to add before I turn this over to Mary, who's going to guide us through audience questions?
Yeah, I think the one thing I would say is it's more of a question. I mean, because you asked around, how will these tokenized products work within, similar to these regulated products we have today. I think, part of the innovation with these emerging technologies is maybe the products will act and work differently. And that actually may be a good thing. And that may actually open up, additional opportunities, markets, and customers for these types of products.
Wonderful. Boy, I've really enjoyed this so far. And Mary, thank you for joining us. I understand you have some
well, wait a
audience
minute.
questions.
I'm so excited to share this with you four. By far, this conversation has generated more audience questions. So I have so many, we won't be able to get through them. So I'm going to start rattling them off. Somebody jump in and try to keep your answers short because I want to get to as many questions as we can. Okay, so the first question obviously comes from a student because the new NCAA rules on name, image, and likeness for student athletes, how can tokenization play a role for our student athletes? What advice do you have for them?
So one, it's already happening. Two, you can look at Sorare as an example of tokenized soccer players, right? That's a trading game. And, it's just look at the models in the market. I think we'll see them. So,
do you think they should do it by themselves or do you think they should get some help from somebody?
Definitely, to Chen's point, like if you want to go down the decentralization rabbit hole and do it yourself, you can. But you should definitely also get some advice on, what does it mean that you're doing both from a tech perspective, so you don't get into a situation where you might get quote unquote rugged, to a situation where you might get into regulatory issues or tax issues.
Yeah, I would even add one more element there also is around, the rights to the imagery as well. And
yeah,
so
the NCAA has rules on don't do it if you have your school uniform, don't do it if it's a game. So that's it. Get advice.
Very good. Thank you, Carol. All right, could one of you please explain why Jack Dorsey's first tweet was worth $2.9 million to our audience?
So my two answers is capital to put to work, but go ahead, Chen.
No, I have a one-word answer. Hi.
Okay.
I don't know why.
All right. Now this is a crazy question, but I absolutely love it. Okay. If you could tokenize one thing on your person or in your personal life, what would it be and why? The students must have woken up.
My favorite would be my house because I want to make title insurance redundant and disappear. That's mine.
That's an awesome answer, Chen. Anyone else?
I was going for the more abstract of time.
York, your time. So if I want to have a meeting with you, York, I'm going to have to pay you some cryptocurrency or something?
So separate the two things, right?
Okay.
Tokenizing your time is just an abstract thing you can do, right? Actually putting business models around that is completely flexible. So the example you gave, yes, that's an example of what you could do with it.
Okay, awesome. All righty.
Mary, if I can add
Rich,
one more
jump
comment
in,
there.
please do.
And I'm not going to say what's something I would tokenize, but how I might use a token. And I really am intrigued around how token can transfer value between IoT devices.
Okay.
And specifically things like vehicles and thinking about kind of pay-as-you-go commerce and how, different types of IoT devices in their context can actually be, you could pay for use or even earn for use. And that's actually one of the reasons why I got into blockchain to begin with, was really seeing that connection 6-7 years ago that we need a way for these devices to transfer value between a marketplace or another device. Yeah. And I really do think that that's some of the innovation that's possible here when some of this infrastructure that we've been talking about really starts we see it in the market.
Yeah,
so Rich, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to add to that. So one of the earliest examples actually was done by IBM with the washing machine of device-to-device communications. There are people in the market actually who are working specifically on device-to-device communication security and how to actually facilitate that, because clearly if those devices are going to pay each other, there has to be an element of a secure protocol as well.
Absolutely. So the comment I was going to make to your comment, Rich, is Professor Dan Conway often says, someday we're going to be driving in our cars, and if you want to pass me, because I own this lane right now, you're going to have to pay me. And that would be a cute example of what you were just talking about. Okay.
There's actually one other related transportation example, Mary.
Sure.
I've been talking about this one for a couple of years, which is inductive charging plates in the road. Like if you stop at a stoplight, your electric vehicle might have the opportunity to be recharged by an inductive charging plate. This implies split-second machine-to-machine communication with no user intervention, right? And so that's already being worked on in the both in the electrical space as well as in the automotive space.
You know what? I just love all of these ideas on how blockchain can make the world a better place. All right, we have another kind of blockchain 101 question. What is the point of a centralized digital currency? It seems to be missing the point of the original ideas of decentralization.
So I can take that one. First of all, agree, right, but we still live in a society that is organized by countries and geographies. And a country and a geography has two basic rights. One, to employ violence, and two, to collect taxes. And I agree that in an utopic world, you don't need central banks, and therefore you don't need central currencies. Realistically speaking, 15, 20 years into the future, at least, as long as the notion of countries exists, you need a way for countries to manage their economies. And that's the reason. Pure decentralization is decades away, at least.
Well, particularly in central bank, if anybody knows anything about central bank infrastructure, it is the most antiquated legacy technology probably out of all banking institutions. And so it would definitely be the last institution that would probably go decentralized from a monetary perspective.
And I would also say, I mean, one of the things that we have to also take into consideration with an adoption of something like a central bank digital currency is really driving that adoption through the marketplace. And by doing that through the existing financial infrastructure that's in place today, I think will actually drive that adoption and get us to be using that as an everyday transaction device a lot sooner as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Cambodia is definitely on that path, as well as El Salvador, with completely different approaches.
Are any of you concerned if we get fiat currencies that are digital, that those governments will just be using it for more surveillance of their citizens?
100%.
Why, I look at the upside of that. It means a fair distribution of tax collection. And I fail to see how that is a bad thing. There's a lot of economies, including the US, where there's a lot of black market activity. And when this goes digital and you can prevent crimes and B, in that regard, more importantly, collect taxes from everybody, means everybody pay less taxes. So it's not without a huge upside as well.
Yeah.
What's the cost in those frauds? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that point. It's an extremely good point. However, when I give you $5 for a cup of coffee, nobody knows it, right? And so we have to stay by the principle of how we transact with currency to fiat currency today, and respect that if we're going to actually replace that.
Carol, you are free to join the conversation. You might have an opinion on what I just said.
Nope.
Okay, you're good. Okay, we're gonna keep Carol out of prison today. All right, this is kind of a long question, but I really like it, so hang in there with me. Okay, with privacy platforms such as Monero accelerating recently, and other platforms discussing implementing privacy-based transactions, what use cases do you believe the government would allow, considering the proposed $600 reporting requirement for peer-to-peer financial systems such as Venmo?
Can I just make a comment, Chen, before you start?
Yeah, sure.
My assumption is the definition of acceleration that the questioner is asking is that there's speculative value increase of a token that has nothing to do with actually utility of Monero as a privacy chain. So just be careful how you actually you sort of measure what you mean by acceleration. Go ahead, Chen.
Yeah, so I would say that when we talk about privacy layers, it's what, the Monero Zcash type of solutions where it's complete and utter privacy will have less to no room in the regulated world. Sorry, this is where dark web activities will reside. As for zero knowledge proof transfers on top of Ethereum, on top of regulated of things that will become regulated, the way I see it, same as today, no one knows how much money I have in my bank account, a part of my accountant, my banker, and the IRS. All the rest don't know. This is where privacy will go. It will not be fully exposed to what I do with my money. It will not be exposed to everybody, but regulation will require transparency, for example, to the IRS. So there is a lot of room for privacy. Actually, I would say that mass adoption can't come without privacy solutions, but it doesn't mean 100% privacy.
Yeah, and I would add to that, I think there's been a very significant tension between encryption and government requirements for access in specific cases. That is really what this question is about. And you can look at many parallels there, including VPNs, right? Like VPNs provide a layer of encryption that prevents snooping, right, essentially. So.
Okay, great. Chen, I think we know your answer to this, but one participant said, what is the real boundary in terms of tokenization? What things should not be tokenized and why?
I can give my answer to that.
You're going to say everything can be tokenized. No, go ahead,
what I said is everything that can be tokenized will be tokenized, right? Things that aren't scarce don't need to be tokenized, right? Tokens really help manage scarcity in the exchange of value. If, for example, data, I'm not sure that you need to tokenize data that is available for everybody. If it's not scarce, there's no sense in tokenizing. That's my answer, at least.
I think this is Rich. I think I would add to that too. I think it really depends on what ultimately you want to do with that token as well. And, looking at the functionality, the economics of that particular use case as well. And then asking yourself, does it make sense to be able to tokenize that particular, asset, for instance?
I think, in addition to that, while we have de facto standards in the market like ERC 721s, 1155s, 20s, et cetera, we're very early on this tokenization journey. And I just spoke to someone the other day who's actually, and I know EY is working on this as well, is like encrypted 721 tokens, essentially. The use cases that you might do today, based on not having that type of encryption available, will be different than the use cases that you will use tokens for tomorrow when we have either portions of or holistically encrypted 721 tokens, as an example.
Okay, great. We only have 2 minutes left, and I think this is going to go to you, York. So somebody in the audience said, I believe it was you, mentioned that there are at least 20 layer 2 solutions. The real question is which ones are the most promising, but maybe you want to answer it in a different way. Like, how do they think about selecting which layer 2 solution is appropriate?
There are probably 5 different approaches to layer 2s, none of which have reached de facto standard yet. So it is early days on layer 2s. So there's a lot of experimentation going on. There's a lot of people looking at, sort of native EVM layer 2s. There's people looking at privacy layer 2s. But by their nature, layer 2 qualities drive 2 things. One, unique interchange patterns defined by the layer 2. They drive off-chain activity, similar to what Carol was saying earlier, which gives you the benefits of different types of scale. And they also drive privacy, right? Because if you can have an off-chain layer 2 transaction happening between Chen and I, that's no different than a SOC connection between us, right? It's just a private encrypted channel across the internet. That's generally what a layer 2 is, right? And so there's so many different definitions to how you might build a layer 2, and we're pretty early in terms of like what's gonna win out there.
Right. I would add. I know we don't have time, so real quickly, fully agree on early days on layer 2, and we are seeing different advantages to different layer 2s, and really selecting which layer 2 we work on by the use case.
Rich, do you want to leave us with a last soundbite?
I defer to my colleagues on this topic.
Okay, I just want to say this could have easily been a 2-hour conversation because I only got through about 75% of the questions. So thank you, Carol, for leading the conversation, and thank you to our 3 executive advisory board member firms. You were fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Now, for our audience members, please, you are going to use your app to answer a blockchain trivia question. Now, when we come back from break, we will have Professor Dan Conway leading us in our last main conversation on blockchain security.
Doesn't feel like I belong. Trying to keep it alive. Always on the inside for a better confirmation. Yeah, I'm heading for the station and I can see love is real. Love is right. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel no more lies. I see my dream of you and around. Trying to catch you with my eyes. You're the one in my heart, but I guess it's a soft, easy conversation. Better with your attention, I can feel love's leaving, now it's right. If you're willing to just come along, we can see no more lies. A simple dream of you and I. A simple dream of you and I.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Dan Conway, and I'm going to be speaking with some of my friends about blockchain security. This is a difficult topic. Security in general is a difficult topic, and then throw in another 7 layers of DeFi stack created by people around the world with competing interests, and you probably have an even more difficult topic. So I've invited some of my friends here who are pretty high achievers in this space to talk through some of these issues with us. So if, oh wait, I've got to announce the winner from last term. So I've got 2 computers, a phone, and 6 out there, but I wrote it down on paper. Ryan Decker, congratulations. You are the winner of the last round. I believe we have one more round after we're done here, and we will, your last chance for winning these prizes. So again, I think this is an important topic. I actually started a conversation this week with some people about blockchain and the metaverse and how security is going to look like in blockchain and the metaverse. Well, maybe next year we'll talk about that. But some of these topics overlap with the things we've already talked about. We know there's issues in trust and what trust looks like. Is it binary? Is it layered? Is blockchain a solution? Does it contribute? We have security issues with blockchain and security issues that blockchain can help with. So I would like to bring in the folks that are going to help us understand that today. And somebody out there can say they're here. So they're here apparently. All right, so I've asked 3 of my friends to join. Dan Gears doesn't have a camera due to good reasons. David Rosenthal and John Ryan are all going to speak. What I'll do is I'll go through and introduce quickly each of them, and then I will have, I'll start with Dan and have Dan talk about, I'll introduce in more detail each of them when I get to their point. Then I'd really like to prioritize student questions. I think all of these people have an active role in educational systems and have been very active at universities. So I would like to prioritize student questions. But let me start with a quick introduction. Dan Gear, I've known for quite a while. I had a conversation with him about blockchain in Bitcoin when it was under $1. And we've had some interest in security that have overlapped over the years. So he will be the first one to speak. David Rosenthal is probably one of the, if you made a list of the top 5 influential people in Silicon Valley over the last several decades, David would be on probably each of those lists. I get several emails from him a week, which I prioritize and look at as obviously important. We're all kind of concerned right now with software supply chain and securing that. So David will speak second. John Ryan, who I also speak with many times a week. You may recognize him as founding principles of the decentralized web. Dave and John are in California, and Dan spent a good chunk of his life between MIT, Cambridge area, and Washington, D.C. So I'm going to have Dan come in first. I have over here on this computer things to remind me. I wanted to thank Mary Lassity, who's our director. Arkansas was at one time known as a flyover state, and then as we got digitized, it became a route over state. But because of what Mary's been able to put together here, I think we have as good of an academic center in this topic as anywhere in America. And I think they're changing the routing tables of the BGP protocols to make sure everything comes to us. And I want to thank Catherine for putting all this together. She's probably in the bathroom crying about her decision to let me speak at the moment, but when she comes out, I'll let her know that I'm grateful for that. To our guests who have never seen me dressed up before, and as an introduction myself, I'm Associate Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence. I was among the first 15 or 20 Bitcoin miners a long time ago and been fairly active in this space. And I do absolutely silly things now, like buy Shibu Inu cryptocurrency, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I've become somewhat irrational in some of my dimensions of the space. But the topic that brought us all together was how to use decentralized ledgers to secure the open source software supply chain. So first I'll have Dan Gear speak. Dan, I hope you can hear us. I wanted you to, if you could, kind of frame the topic of how blockchain fits in security. You yourself, your background, many people probably know you were the first politically correct person to be fired from a job. And the term monoculture, if it's ever used, is referring to that event. And people wrote columns, "Where is Dan Gear?" CISO fellow at NQTEL and keynote speaker at a lot of the major security conferences in the US over the last 20 years. Most people consider you the thought leader in information security and network security. Could you start off, Dan, by framing what you think are the important issues in blockchain and security, and what you see as how this is going to play out as best you can?
Okay, Dan, just wave at me if you can hear me well. Okay, we're good. And for the audience, I have difficulty hearing, so it may well be that when questions get asked, I'll have to ask things to be repeated or something. I've been in security for a long time, and of course, anytime somebody stands up and says, "Oh, I've been in security for N number of years or N number of decades," your first question back should be, "Well, why haven't you fixed it yet?" And that's a fair question. The amount of work that has been put into this, with sad to say, inconsistent, incomplete results, is worth noting. I don't mean to dwell on that, and neither should you, but I guess it's testimony to it being a hard problem. Of course, being a professor sort for just a second, the question is, what is my definition of security? And this is the one I've come to over time. And a state of security, you're in a state that is secure, I define as the absence of unmitigatable surprise. In other words, not no surprises, but no surprises that you can't mitigate. And this leads in a variety of directions, one of which is Well, that means that the high-end goal of security engineering in all circumstances is no silent failure. Not no failure, but no silent failure. Because obviously you can't mitigate something that you don't know is going on. And that is something that we often neglect. And in fact, there's a lot of silent failure. Just reading the newspaper, so to speak, will tell you that every time a data breach occurs, it's a whopping surprise that nobody knew that could happen, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's my point, is that the absence of surprise is not what I think we're aiming for. I think it's the absence of surprise that you can't mitigate. And of course, that begs the question of what is mitigation? In some cases, take the data breach laws. It says that if you spill everybody's credit card numbers on the internet, you're obligated to do a number of things, like notify them, like buy them, in some states, like buy them a credit watch, and so forth. And if you think that those are sufficient mitigations, a combination of notification, holding harmless, and paid surveillance of a friendly sort, if you think that's mitigation, then in fact you were in a state of security, not because there were no surprises, but because there were no surprises that couldn't be mitigated. This leads in a certain prudential, shall we say, direction. My father was an accountant, a CPA, and there is a so-called prudent man rule, which roughly says that don't book future revenues, but plan for future losses. And the same thing is true here. We shouldn't necessarily assume that everything works well. We should rather assume that things will break from time to time. And what are we going to do about that? Let me give an example that might be relevant and might not be. It may be something that some of you are familiar with. What was originally known as Brewer's theorem and became known as the CAP theorem, the CAP spelled C-A-P, that was later proven correct. The theorem, in other words, was proven correct. The three letters in that, C, A, and P, stand for consistency, availability, and partitioning. Consistency defined as any read of the data gives the latest write that has taken place. In other words, if you read from a database, or of course we're talking about blockchain here, if you read from a blockchain, you should get the most recent write. Availability is sort of what it sounds like. It's what everybody knows, and at any point in time, I guess I should say, irrespective of whether the read is the latest write, the client always gets a response without error. In other words, it's not as if you'll ask a question and you don't get an answer. You will get an answer. And then finally, partitioning. The P is for partitioning, and it talks about how the fact that large network systems, of course, have occasional network failures. That is to say, a failure which needs some planning to get around, because it's not as if we can guarantee that networks never partition. So if there is a partition, what you want is there to be no possibility for the whole network to go down, but this partition should be something that you are resistant to the extent of the problem statement you're trying to solve. And the theorem, the important part of the theorem, the reason I was building up to all that was that Brewer's theorem, or the CAP theorem if you prefer, it says that a distributed system cannot simultaneously provide consistency, availability, and tolerance to network partition. That's one of those classic examples of, everybody's heard this, fast, cheap, reliable, choose two. It's one of those kinds of examples where you cannot get all three. Now you can get close to that, and that's of course the design question, and that's sort of what we're here to talk about, is design questions. Blockchains would seem to violate the CAP theorem in as far as it would seem on the face of it that they must have consistency. That is, you get the latest write. It must have availability. We're talking money here. And it must be resistant to partition because, after all, this is a decentralized system that spreads everywhere and networks go down, as we all know. So, is it true that the blockchain, as currently thought of, inherently violates the CAP theorem? And the answer is no. No, with caveats. And that's what I was going to mention. A blockchain, so if it is a kind of choose 2 out of 3 situation, we're going to have to tolerate network partition because that's an external influence. So ordinarily you think of this as either choosing consistency and partition tolerance at the cost of availability, or choosing availability and partition tolerance at the cost of consistency. And how would you choose that? Oddly enough, this is a choice on the client side. And the trick is what many of you will have heard or read, and that is eventual consistency. That the idea is that the blockchain may not be consistent at any given moment, at any given second, at any given read, but it will eventually be consistent. Not instantaneous, but eventual. Or you can go for instantaneous consistency and partition tolerance, but at the cost of availability. So you ask a question, and we're going to assume for the moment that you've got to be partition tolerant. And the question, and therefore the design point, and it's a security point in my view, the design point is, do you want consistency or do you want availability? And are you willing to trade off the one for the other? And the answer is you have to. Back to the theorem. If the theorem is true, and it has been proven, then you have to. In an AP client, availability and partition tolerance, eventual consistency means that as a developer, you get to choose how many blocks into the chain the block you care about is. Is it 3 blocks in? Is it 6 blocks in? There's a nice paper from Microsoft that argues that 6 blocks is a reasonable number, but I want to remind you, that's a probabilistic decision on your part. There is no guarantee because, again, the CAP theorem is what it is. So you have to decide what, in effect, the probability of failure you will tolerate is. And that goes straight back to my definition of security, which is the absence of unmitigatable surprise. If you can mitigate a failure 3 blocks in, then that would be your design point. If you can mitigate 1 6 blocks in, if you can mitigate 1 block in, but that is an example of planning for less than perfect operation as part of having the ability to mitigate, if you want to call it that, a failure. If you go and read the top block, the end block, the end of the chain, and shortly thereafter it changes, was that a failure or not? No, it's not a failure. It's inherent in the protocol. But on the other hand, if you took action based on a read of the last block in the chain, and that block in the last block in the chain changed, then you have a mitigation problem. I'm going to let that go, but you get what I hope you get what I'm driving at, which is sometimes in security, there is not available an absolute. There is not available something that says, if you do this, then that. This is a probabilistic example, and I think it applies to today's discussion. Let me do a second topic just for what it's worth, and I'll let it go at 2. And that is, who do you trust? Mr. Conway, I believe, used the word trust a moment ago. I would like to think that I trust people against whom I have effective recourse. This is the trust but verify thing that was so famous when the president said it. It's also a situation that we will face in lots of ways in the AI world, which is not today's topic. But if you have effective recourse, that's one thing. And if you don't, you have to plan for that otherwise. So let me ask you this. What mitigation, back to my favorite word apparently, if any, can be enforced if a stolen bit of data, if data loss is immortalized in immutable storage, such as blockchains? If I steal a picture or piece of information or something that should not be public, and I somehow or other managed, and I'm sure you know that this has happened, it has happened, somehow I managed to stick it in a blockchain, I can't get it out again. The immutability, which is both a feature and in some circumstances a bug, would imply that stolen data immortalized in a blockchain can't be recovered. Of course, to a degree, data is never unrevealed. Once it has been revealed the first time, it's never unrevealed, and I admit that. But I think blockchains and their immutability are a special case, or except perhaps an extreme case, that there is, excuse me, I was babysitting grandchildren, and there's nothing like grandchildren for being germ magnets. So do those who manage blockchains which don't have a delete mechanism, do they have some sort of strict liability for the consequences of the blockchain being used to publish illicit, inaccurate, or harmful goods? And if they don't, is anybody liable? And if so, for how long and how? This is a question for democratic societies. I don't think it's a question for autocratic societies. I think it's a question for democratic societies. And in fact, an awful lot of progress being made these days, whether we're talking about blockchains or we're talking about AI or we're talking about synthetic bio, there's a lot of things where the choices a democratic society would make are different than ones that an autocratic society would make. So I'm talking here about a democratic society. What would a democratic society properly say about data that has been immortalized in a blockchain and can't be removed? What is the proper response to that? What is, if you will, the mitigation for that? Because it shouldn't be a surprise that it can happen. It has, but let us hope that it will be a surprise if it happens a lot of times. Let's hope it doesn't. But I think we need to decide what we're going to do for that. And I think we need to decide for it in the context of a liberal democracy, not in the context of the Chinese Communist Party, if you will. Mr. Conway, I'll stop there and give the microphone back to you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yeah, we know that blockchains have been used for command and control. We have concerns about data that we don't want distributed, such as our DNA. And it may be the reasons we don't want others to have it haven't emerged yet. Maybe they will come in 5 years as we figure out how to target things like that. So immutability is a difficult topic, and in particular, immutability when it comes to source code, because having written code since about 1972, I'm afraid, I've never done it very well. I've never written code that didn't have to go through some kind of a change and that I wouldn't want to pull back and modify. And the idea of expiring information seems to go against the blockchain architecture and so on. So these are all important topics, and I think, as you said, we need to discuss them. I think they themselves make for a full day and a full week of conversation. I'm going to go on to David, though. I wrote down a lot of questions, and hopefully the students will have some as well. David, let me introduce you with your bio, because you, like Dan, I could go through a 45-minute talk about your accomplishments, but I'm going to read it here. David Rosenthal is retired, since working with computers since 1965. He was a member of the Andrew Project at Carnegie Mellon that pioneered campus networking, early employee at Sun, and I believe CTO later. Major contributor to and part of the initial release team for the X Windows system. That must be how you and Jim Geddes know each other. Employee number 4 at NVIDIA. Nearly 2 decades worked for Stanford Library and Digital Preservation. But at the prestigious 2003 SOSP workshop, he and his co-authors received the Best Paper Award for Decentralized Consensus Mechanism using Proof of Work underlying the LOCKSS Digital Preservation Network. Lots of copies keep stuff safe. One of my favorite acronyms. This is more than 5 years between Satoshi Nakamoto published a different consensus mechanism using proof of work underlying blockchain, many other consensus protocols. I told Dan I don't think he was Satoshi back when Bitcoin was under $1 because I did some text analysis work and Dan's writing is distinctly more punctuated than Satoshi. I don't think you're Satoshi either because you wouldn't have created such an environmental hazard as Bitcoin, but you certainly could have. You had the technology. But David, I'll let you take floor. Feel free to comment on anything that Dan said. I know you and I, we wanted to talk about the broad term of blockchain permission versus permissionless. So I'll let you take the floor on this.
Thanks. Because I'm old, I have to prepare my presentation, so it's up on blog.dshr.org with the links to the sources. Right. Blockchain is unfortunately a term used to describe two completely different technologies, which have in common only that they both use a data structure called a Merkle tree, commonly in the form patented by Stuart Haber and Scott Svernetta in 1991. It's a linear chain of blocks, each including the hash of the previous block. Even more unfortunately, the more secure way to implement trustworthy public databases using Merkle trees isn't called a blockchain, so it doesn't benefit from the tsunami of hype that surrounds the term. Permissioned blockchains have a central authority controlling which network nodes can add blocks to the chain, whereas permissionless blockchains such as Bitcoins, do not. And this difference is fundamental. Permissioned blockchains can use well-established and relatively efficient techniques such as Byzantine fault tolerance to ensure that each node in the network has performed the same computation on the same data to arrive at the same state for the next block in the chain. This is a consensus mechanism. In principle, each node in a permissionless blockchain's network can perform a different computation on different data to arrive at a different state for the next block in the chain. Which of these blocks ends up in the chain is determined by a randomized, biased election mechanism. For example, in proof-of-work blockchains, such as Bitcoin's, a node wins election by being the first to solve a puzzle. The length of time it takes to solve the puzzle is random, but the probability of being first is biased. It's proportional to the compute power the node uses. This fundamental difference means that the problems of securing the two blockchains are quite different. A permissioned blockchain is a way to implement a distributed database. Securing it is a conventional problem. You need to ensure the central authority doesn't admit bad actors. You need to ensure that each node is under separate administration with no shared credentials to guard against compromise. Ideally, each node should run different software to guard against supply chain attacks and so on. But securing a permissionless blockchain is an unconventional problem. Because anyone, even bad guys, can take part, its security depends primarily on ensuring that the cost of a successful attack greatly exceeds the rewards to be obtained from it. To succeed, the attacker of a permissionless blockchain needs a high probability of being elected, which means that they typically need to control a majority of the electorate. Making this control more expensive than the potential reward for an attack requires that being a voter be expensive. This has a number of consequences. First, there's no central authority to collect funds to pay the voters, so they need to be reimbursed by the system itself via either inflation of a cryptocurrency or transaction fees, or both. Currently, Bitcoin miners' income is around 90% rewards, i.e. inflation. Research shows that a fee-only system, as Bitcoin is intended to eventually become, is insecure. Imposing costs with proof of work, as most cryptocurrencies do, leads to catastrophic carbon footprints. Alternatives to proof of work are vastly more complex and extremely difficult to get right. Ethereum has been trying to implement proof of stake for 7 years. And thirdly, information technologies have strong economies of scale. The more resource a voter has, the better its margins. Thus, successful permissionless blockchains are centralized. 3 to 4 mining pools have controlled the majority of Bitcoin mining power for at least 7 years. The advantage of permissionless over permissioned blockchains is claimed to be decentralization. But in practice, this is an illusion. The enormous costs of attempting to avoid centralization are wasted. A Byzantine quorum system of size 20 could achieve better decentralization than proof-of-work mining at a much lower resource cost. Ethereum has been even more centralized than Bitcoin, and because it's a programming environment, its attack surface is exponentially greater. In particular, as we see in the recent $600 million attack on Poly Network, it's much more vulnerable to supply chain attacks of the kind that Munin defends against in other environments. Actually, centralization is often a good thing. Mistakes are inevitable, as Dan was saying, as we see with the recent $900 million oopsie at Compound and the subsequent $67 million oopsie at Compound, or the way Bitfinex paid $23 million for a $100,000 transaction. Centralization of Ethereum allowed Poly networks to convince miners to make most transfers of the $600 million loot very difficult and persuade the thief to return most of it. Immutability sounds like a great idea until you're the victim of a theft. The less vulnerable way to implement a trustworthy decentralized database is shown by the certificate transparency system described in RFC 6962. It's a trust but verify system, which is typically a much more appropriate model for business than immutability. It allows for real-time verification that the certificates that secure HTTPS were issued by the appropriate certificate authority and are current. In essence, it's a network with 3 types of node: logs, which record the Merkle trees; monitors, which check that that new entries have actually been added to the Merkle tree; and auditors, which check both of them. And as with permissioned blockchains, a few tens of nodes provides adequate decentralization. A key point is that clients verify certificates against a random subset of the tens of nodes that they trust, which for each node is a different subset of the whole set of nodes. Thus, an attacker has to compromise the vast majority of the nodes to avoid detection. This aids efficiency by optimizing for the common case when no attack is taking place, while still providing a very high probability of unambiguous detection while an attack is underway. Note that unlike a blockchain, this is not a consensus or an election mechanism. It's a mechanism for ensuring that none of the actors in the network can escape responsibility for their actions, which in many cases is what's needed. For example, there's a paper by Hoff and Carl showing how the same mechanism can be applied to securing the software supply chain, which is my handoff to John.
All right. Well, thanks, David. I would love to have an entire conversation or an entire workshop on the environmental impact. I've had a few questions come in from students about that, and I can point them in to your writings on the topic. I have to believe that your writings are extremely accurate. I was trying to finish a paper last week and looking up the price of storage over the years and came across your documents from 20 years ago that are still widely cited in that topic. Yeah, regarding centralization, I am active in the secret network, and we all love decentralization until something goes bad, and then we want them to roll it back so that we can get our resources back. Same things with regulation. Yeah, we don't want any until we do. So that's happened to me a lot in my life. Well, thank you. We'll get back. I've got a set of questions that have come in, and I want to get to John and have him talk briefly. John, I'm going to read your bio as well. I again talk with you every day. I've known you for a while. You don't even write down that you're a Google executive on this thing, but John has founded and run several tech companies. He spent 14 years of his career building and running a telecom consulting and analysis firm. He, with his wife, pioneered fabless display development at Pixel Q Corp. He co-created a set of principles for the Decentralized Web Project. I'd encourage all students to look at the Decentralized Web Project. I think you can do a search for John Patrick Ryan as well. Co-founded a San Francisco-based fintech project, Banyan Infrastructure. Today he leads Munin, a startup with innovative idea, creating secure software supply chains. One of the conversations earlier today, John talked about trust, and Dan talked about it a little bit, and trust doesn't have to be a binary thing. We think of one blockchain and how they've implemented a trust model within one blockchain. But that's kind of a simplistic and a limiting way to think about it. I'm going to let you take the floor and speak your ideas on this. You work every day along the lines of securing software using DLT, and you have a lot of great ideas that if you would share with our students and others. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, David, and thanks, Dan. Actually, for those who, it really is astonishing writing that David has put together over the last decade plus. So blog.dshr, I think that's your full set of initials, David, .org. Yeah, terrific reading. And thanks. I want to go back to remind us of what Dan Geer said at the outset. Security is the absence of unmitigatable surprise. And in this context now, thinking about what we're trying to do inside the Munin project. Munin is the Gaelic word. Dan and I have Gaelic backgrounds for trust. It comes from actually a Gaelic expression. And Cuir Munin I clave Brushta, place no trust in a broken sword. Part of our goal is to enable mitigation. And to do that, you have to be really good at looking at all of the metadata surrounding code. So this is a software supply chain analysis project that we have. One of the people we spoke to at in the Department of Defense observed that Safeway knows more about the broccoli on its shelves than some companies do about the missiles, the software in the missiles that they're manufacturing. And that lack of knowledge means that there's no ability to secure or mitigate. And in contrast, one can create a good understanding of what code is and how vulnerable it's becoming by getting very, very good with the metadata of code itself. And that immediately then asks the questions of what is proportionate? How flexible do you have to be? How do you enable mitigation? So I love the reference to the CAP theorem, because in some senses, enabling mitigation enforces flexibility, but that then means you have to make it somewhat easier to let the drawbridge down on the castle, so to speak. And our goal, in fact, has been to, as David implied, and the way we do fundamentally believe, that one has to narrow, one has to make the job of attacking code more difficult. And so our approach uses decentralized ledgers in multiple ways, one of which is our own analytic engine cannot exist as a centralized object, but has to have multiple instances. The statement of what code exists in a block in a package also needs to exist via several paths. And then similarly, the reports as they're delivered to users must similarly exist in multiple copies, so that the as David said, it's not that you're making it impossible, you're just making it really difficult. And eventually the risk-reward project for the attacker becomes, starts to feel wrong. And so our approach has been very much one of building a thorough picture of the metadata and doing analysis of it using a sequence of ledgers protected from each other and protected from attack. I'm going to now just sort of put some numbers to the scale on this and why we think this is appropriate. A typical large package used in building the web front ends for a bank or another enterprise might be Axios. Axios looks like a thing when many enterprises download it and start implementing it. It actually has about 500 components developed over the course of about 8 years. That's interesting in the sense that what it does tell you is that it's complicated. Many of the users do not actually have the competence in their own organizations to thoroughly scrub it, to really analyze it and say, you know, whether this part is vulnerable or that part is even appropriate, or this other part can be completely disregarded because we're never going to use that function. Or to see if there's an appropriate level of maintenance going on. One thing that is we have found to be quantifiably true is that the axiom that exists in open source, often described as the many eyes theorem, that by having things open, many people, including the original authors, will keep an eye on it. You can quantify that that's not true. People who create things like to create them, and then they go off and create something else. And as a result, one can quantify the deterioration of the maintenance of code. What you can't do easily is correct for that. So part of our goal has been to enable mitigation, not with complicated hard locks on the door, so to speak, but by putting flags in front of the end users that say, no, you really shouldn't use this. This piece of code is starting to rot on the vine. Enabling visualization and interpretation of the state of code is what enables mitigation. And that's a fundamental part, is to remember that in the end, the fundamental decisions on the utility and security of code, those decisions have to be in front of people. So raising a red flag and saying to people in the CISO organization, this piece of code is now starting to rot. This piece of code no longer feels appropriate. Doing that early, before the vulnerabilities, before the exploits show up, that's our goal. And that's what we believe one can get to. It's a project that requires careful use of decentralized ledgers, but it also stays away from immutability. It's hard to imagine, let's say the Axios project again, 500 elements, that one would actually want that any of those to be nailed down and fully immutable, since most of the users will want it to evolve over time. So that's the quick summary of our goal: flexibility and rapid mitigation of surprise. Back to you, Dan.
Well, thanks, John. It's all of us are working toward the SolarWinds attack was a devastating attack. I'm not sure if it received enough media attention, but it basically, for 3 months, all the communication at the highest levels of government were compromised. So it was as bad of an attack as we've ever had on the United States from an information point of view. And we need to fix that. We need to solve this problem. And that's one reason that we've come together, is to try to solve that problem with some of our other friends. So thanks for your work in that. And I agree that immutability has its role. We said it makes sense in land deeds. It may make sense in other spaces, but immutability maybe plays one piece of an overall layered approach to security. And again, blockchain security. And I tend to believe this new DeFi stuff is a full employment act for information security people. We already had 500,000 information security jobs available in the United States, cybersecurity jobs, And now we've got 7 new layers, not created by Vint Cerf, but created by people around the world with competing interests, that now we're going to have to secure a stack on top of our 7-layer model or 5-layer internet OSI model. I think there's going to be opportunities in the future, but I think the more people understand where immutability makes sense and where it doesn't make sense, I think we're better off with that. I do have a few questions that have come in. I know we only have 10 minutes overall because I have 8 people around me telling me that. But Dan or David, Dan, I know you can't talk about a lot of the things that you see. You do the NSA paper of the year, you report to our highest officials in government and so on. But what do you see impressive going on? What do you think the initiatives going on? What do you think is really exciting? And from the point of view of students, what direction should they move in? I don't know if we have audio from Dan right now or not. I could email him a question. David, I'll throw that to you. What do you see as kind of exciting in this space as things that are initiatives? And I know you're well on track of all this. What do you think's very interesting, has got your attention?
Well, I think if blockchain really is going to be a big part of the future, it needs a better a mechanism than proof of work. And it's pretty clear to me that the current attempts to do this don't work well. It's just extraordinarily complicated. There's proof of stake. Proof of stake is essentially a way of guaranteeing that the rich get richer and everybody else gets poorer. And proof of space with the Chia network has turned out to be as big an environmental and supply chain disaster as proof of work. You've got a fundamental problem, which is you have to have, if you're really going to have permissionless blockchains, things have to be expensive. You have to waste real resources, or it's not going to work. And finding a way to do that without the environmental disasters is just an incredibly difficult and important problem.
Well, it's disappointing. I was really excited with ChiaNet that the return of the Lisp language, I thought, oh, good, I do have some skills that might be useful today. I was kind of hoping that that would be successful. I hadn't heard that the proof of space, they had proof of space in time originally, I think, and they migrated proof of space. I kind of hope that one would solve some of these problems. I have a question. David, I'll take this one to you. I think Dan's not able to hear this right now. Do you believe sharding is the solution to the pitfalls of proof of work? Solution to also security as well as storage sustainability concerned. How do you feel about sharding as a solution direction?
Like I say, you've got to make it be extremely expensive. Yeah. There's academic economics research which says that the reward for mining a block has to be bigger than the value of the transactions in the block, or there are theoretical attacks. The problem is you have to make it expensive, and that means you have to use real resources to the mining a block has to involve using up real resources, and that's a fundamental problem. If you don't do that, it isn't secure.
Thank you. Let's see. We have a few other questions. John, I'll ask you this. The University of Arkansas is developing a new cybersecurity major. What would you put into this curriculum? You are as well connected out there in San Francisco area. What would you look for in a student? What skills would you like them to know in order to be to market themselves well?
I'm sorry, was that question aimed to me, Dan?
Yep, for you. What characteristics of a student would you like to see? Would you hire?
Oh, sorry. I had to switch machines because the cable network went down, so I'm on my phone now.
Okay.
So apologies for that and for a different appearance. So there are a couple of ways of thinking about that. The first, of course, is the rigorous engineering abilities, the ability to code and the abilities to think about the kinds of problems in the ways that David and Dan Geer spoke to. One other thing that I would strongly urge, though, is that people not be narrow in their thinking. That one way of thinking of this is that blockchain are the kind of security technologies that David Rosenthal and others have been pioneering for 20 years. The basics of that have in large part been created and can be refined. What happens now is going to be analogous to, let's say, I don't know, decades ago, the creation of CMOS technology. What follows from that is the building of broad, scalable, usable applications. And those require both a sort of a systems thinking and a level of user thinking and even a humanities thinking. So I would focus not only on the hard engineering, but also on a rich user experience and application set.
Thank you, John. My PC is threatening to reboot on me too. How do they always know when not to do things?
Like my dog.
All right, I don't know if Dan can hear. I sent him a quick note, but Dan, if you can hear me, could you give a closing statement and again, encouragement to students? What do you think they should be focusing on in this area if they want to do this for a living? Dan may not be able to hear.
I got your note, and I assume you're doing that. Closing statement.
Please.
I guess I would say that keeping, how shall I put this? We can easily overrun our capacity to verify. And I don't care what we're talking about here. Software security, let's just say that, for example. We can easily overrun our capacity to do so. What does that mean? In the AI arena, explainability is a topic of great import. If you say, why did my algorithm make this decision? The answer can be true and unintelligible, or it can be intelligible and likely to not be anything other than a simplistic version of what was true. That's an example. With software, I have great hopes for the reproducible build idea. That if we make open source ever more part of what we do, which it seems to be the case, how do you know that what's in a particular use of that has not been monkeyed in some way? And the reproducible builds idea goes in that direction. In the burgeoning expanse of information of things, the amount of data, of course, is great. Everybody knows that. The question is whether the power of that data is additive. In other words, I've got 100 sources, I add one, is that 101 units of something? Or is it an exponent in some equation? In other words, it's not It was X to the 10, now it's X to the 11. I think that merging data data fusion, if you will, is more powerful than we think. And again, this is a challenge to democratic societies. It's particularly a challenge if we're not able to verify parts of how the data is acquired or used. So if you are willing to define security broadly enough to touch the things that I just mentioned, that's where I think the challenges are already and will be more so in the future. Good enough?
Thank you, Dan. Your comments are always very thoughtful. I will share on our LinkedIn or on our YouTube a link to some of your other writings, which are also extremely thoughtful. I want to thank all the panelists here. I know I'm down to about a minute here. Thank everybody for joining on this. Again, this is as good of a panel in any topic as you'll see in America. And these are people who are wonderful, work with students. They're all happy to engage with students and so on. And I'll share some of the links to their efforts. We do have one more two truths and a lie thing, I believe, that is available on one of these machines over here doing something, talking to my phone apparently. So I encourage you to get back on that. I think the plan is for us to take a minute off here and switch, and so the very brief break, enough time to do what you can do in a minute, and we'll come back after that. But thanks again, John and Dan and David. I very much appreciate your time, and I will always remember the things that you've taught me over the years, and I'm grateful for your friendship. And we'll be back.
Well, first of all, Professor Conway, I am absolutely blown away by that last conversation. I couldn't stop writing down the sound bites. So just some of the things that I really took away from that conversation. Decentralization is an illusion. We can easily overrun our capacity to verify. Our open source code can deteriorate. And I love the soundbite and the advice for all of us as we develop our curriculum in cybersecurity from John, who said it requires broad thinking. So John, just so you know, our cybersecurity is actually going to be interdisciplinary across 3 colleges at Arkansas. So hopefully we are on the right path. So thank you, gentlemen. That was a fantastic conversation. Okay, before we go to breakout sessions, I wish we could turn the cameras around because I have an incredible production team in Avad here today. Thank you so much. They have been just fantastic. I also want to thank our staff at our student watch party, Andrea Morgan and Hasnani Woods. And if you want to go back and watch all of this, we are going to be posting on the Walton College YouTube page where this conference will exist in perpetuity. All right, I think it's time to announce our winners of our blockchain trivia. Our first place winner is Ryan Decker. So Ryan, you have won an NFT from Salacia and a $100 gift certificate. Our second place winner is Ron Powetz. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Congratulations, you have won a $100 gift certificate. So thank you both for playing and winning our game today. As a reminder to the audience, we really need your feedback on this conference, so please fill in your attendee survey, and that is in your Brella app. Okay, so congratulations to everybody, all of our speakers. Everything was just fantastic. And we're going to go to our breakout sessions. And I just need about a minute for Wendy and Denise because I have to switch a couple of things. But again, it was a wonderful, wonderful day so far, and I can't wait to have even more intimate conversations in our breakout sessions. See you soon.
'Cause all that I want is for you to be happy. Give me a chance to show that you can be. Well, open your eyes and see the way I see. 'Cause all that I want is for you to be happy with me. Your tears, they say 1,000 words. I've heard them all before. The ones who love the most, my dear, are the ones left hurting more. He brought